Madam Ms. Taylor, what's the first item?
Our first item of business would be our announcement for our teleconference participation. Good morning, and thank you for joining today's Board of Equalization meeting via teleconference. Throughout the duration of today's meeting, you will primarily be in a listen-only mode. As you may know from our public agenda notice and our website, we have requested that individuals who wish to make a public comment fill out the public comment submission form found on our additional information webpage in advance of today's meeting, or alternatively, participate in today's meeting by providing your public comment live. After the presentation of an item has concluded, we will begin by identifying any public comment requests that have been received by our board proceeding staff, with the AT&T operator providing directions for you to identify yourself. After all known public commenters have been called, the operator will also provide public comment instructions to the individuals participating via teleconference. Accordingly, if you intend to make a public comment today, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line, as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We ask that everyone who is not intending to make a public comment please mute their line or minimize background noise. If there are technical difficulties when we are in the public comment portion of our meeting, we will do our best to read submitted comments
To reflect on the diverse voices that have shaped our history. And not many people know this, but Women's History Month began right here in California as a local celebration in Santa Rosa. The Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women planned and initiated a Women's History Week, a celebration in 1978, and the organizers selected the week of March 8th to correspond with International Women's Day. The movement spread across the country as other communities initiated their own Women's History Week celebrations the following year. And so this movement actually culminated in 1987 when Congress officially designated March as Women's History Month. And since then, women from California have continued to trailblaze, as is evident with the fact of our first female vice president hailing from our great state. In 2022, the National Women's History theme is providing healing and promoting hope. So I just wanted to open up this month's meeting, although scheduled at the end of Women's History. Just wanted to uplift the many women that are doing a great job being trailblazers, some of them seen, most of them unseen. So at this time, we just acknowledge the service of women to our families, to our communities, to our work environments. And with that, I'll see if there's any other. Oh, I see Mr. Vasquez has his hand up. Mr. Vasquez, I'll turn the mic over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I'm glad you opened up with a little bit of the history of this month. And I just wanted to also share a few thoughts on that. And one, before I get into some of the, at least folks that are being recognized, or women that are being recognized here in the LA County, I just wanted to give a little shout out to a lot of the women that are providing care during this pandemic, home care workers. And I've experienced it firsthand with my mother-in-law, who's basically bedridden now. And if it wasn't for, we've had actually several women over the last couple of years that have put out so much energy and time and love for her. And I just read an article recently, which I thought was a little bit appalling. I didn't realize that many of these women, in many cases, that are caring for their patients, in many cases end up passing away before their patients, which is kind of ironic. You know, here they are providing a service, and they're not really taking it in many cases because they're working long hours, and the stress apparently in that occupation in many cases takes their own lives. So I just wanted to give a shout out to these folks, and then give a plug to a couple of things that are happening here in LA County that I wasn't aware of. One of them is the Betty Mason Memorial Park in Los Angeles honors Bridget Betty Mason, a woman born into slavery in 1818 who moved into California with the household that owned her. And because California was a free non-slave state, Mason fought hard for freedom in the court and won, and she became a property owner, a nurse, a midwife, and even a philanthropist at the end of the day. The park features her history and her life, so if you happen to be in the area, stop in and take a look at it. They did a real nice job with it. The other one that's at the Natural History Museum in downtown LA as well is featuring, it's called Becoming Jane, the Evolution of Dr. Jane Goodall. It's a hands-on multimedia exhibit celebrating the extraordinary life and work of this conservationist and ethologist person, Dr. Jane Goodall, and families can explore the life-size replica of Dr. Goodall's research tent here with holograms, and also view some of the artifacts and photos and much, much more. And then the last one, and I believe this exhibit started up in the Bay Area, but now it's here in LA as well, is the Frida Kahlo art exhibit titled Immersive Frida in Hollywood. Allows families to experience the 500,000 cubic feet of art by Frida Kahlo. She's celebrated for her bold, vibrant colors and for her attention to the Mexican indigenous culture. She suffered from polio as a child and nearly died in a bus accident as a teenager and focused heavily on paintings recovering from her injuries. And it turns out over her lifespan, she had over 30 operations and created over 200 paintings, sketches, and drawings about her suffrage and experience. So those, and actually there's another one I forgot too, is the Pacific Design Center in West Hollywood as a brightly colored building. It's featured key architects involved with projects, Norma Merrick, and I'm probably going to butcher her last name. I think it's Skalaric, who was the first Black woman licensed as an architect in California. She designed the United States Embassy in Tokyo, Japan in 1976, and the Terminal 1 station at the Los Angeles International Airport in 1984. She was the first Black woman to own her own architectural practice in California. She is called the Rosa Parks of architecture. These are just a few extraordinary contributions of women that have made in our state, and it's been wonderful to learn about them and celebrate their history. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you for reading that history. Mr. Gaines, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to take a moment, if I could, with regard to Women's History Month, and thank you for all your comments. I'm learning a lot this morning. But I did want to highlight my mother, Winnie Gaines, who was called by God to go to seminary. And so when I was in high school, she commuted down to the Church Divinity School of the Pacific, CDSP, in Berkeley, and got her degree in divinity. And we were raised in the Episcopal Church, so she was active at Trinity Cathedral Church here in Sacramento, and became a deacon, which was unusual at the time because this was in the 70s and early 80s. And in fact, it took her a while to get ordained within the church because you had to get permission from the bishop. And so there was a lot of, in a sense, political wrangling. Politics is in everything, isn't it? And so at the time, it took her a couple years before she could get ordained, and became even more active at Trinity Cathedral and really focused her ministry on the sick and the dying, and spent a lot of time in the hospital, similar to what Member Vasquez was describing, basically being with families and those who were sick, either right before death or when the death occurred or right afterwards. And so I'm so proud of her in terms of what she was able to overcome. I think she was the first ordained Episcopal priest in Northern California at the time. And now it's much more common, and so nice to see the advantages that a woman can provide with the nature of a woman versus the nature of a man when it comes to a position of leadership within the church. So just want to highlight her and celebrate women and all the great accomplishments that they have made, outside the house, but also in the home too, in terms of raising our children. I think of my wife and what she's done, raising our 6 children, and I call her the human engineer. So we're blessed in multiple fronts, but the main point is that women have the opportunity to do as they wish with their lives. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that personal history. Senator Gaines, I always enjoy hearing and learning a little bit more about you and hearing about your mother and her contributions. Folks, what I'd like to do is just to take a moment and go through a little bit of women's history as it relates to the Board of Equalization. And I'd like to thank the women that have served. Now there's a few familiar names in this list, so I think it's important for us to reflect on the following. Prior to 2002, only one woman was elected to the California Board of Equalization in her own right as a board member. Her name was Orpha Jean Shantz, and that happened in 1934. After Ms. Shantz, Iris Stanke was appointed in 1976, and in 1995, Controller Kathleen Connell was elected state controller and served on the board in that role. Since 2002, 7 women, including State Controller Betty Yee and myself, have been elected to serve on the Board of Equalization. 4 women have served the Board of Equalization as executive director. Cindy Rambo was the first in 1988. She served from 1988 to 1991. Then our very own Christine Kazad from 2010 to 2012, followed by Cynthia Bridges from 2012 to 2016, and our current executive director, Brenda Fleming, from 2019 until present. So I'm hoping that we'll also make history again this month with the historic confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who will be the first African-American woman to serve on the United States Supreme Court. So all of these facts, all of these women reflect progress that is being made throughout our country. But needless to say, we have a very long way to go when you think about the history of the state of California being around for about 147 years, and we have had 4 executive directors of the Board of Equalization. So there's much work that needs to be done, but we do celebrate and we uplift those women that have made historic strides, and not only remembering that women and their contributions today, this month, but every day. And let's just take a moment to renew our commitment to advancing equity so that everyone can realize their dreams and their full potential. I know you guys the gentlemen on this call are fathers of daughters, and we've done a lot to support your daughters in their own careers. And then we as women, Yvette and I, are working very hard to strive to continue to push and uplift and bring younger women behind us into the life of public service. So it's with a great sense of optimism and hope about the promising future of women that I invite my colleagues to celebrate Women's History Month. So with that, I see no other names. Let's go ahead and dive into our first item on the agenda. Ms. Taylor, please call the item.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. Our first order of business will be item AA1, presentation on state assessee industry trends. Presentation on trends impacting state assessee valuations in the following industries: electric generation, gas and electric, pipeline, railroads, local telephone, wireless, and inter-exchange telecommunications. This item will be presented by Mr. McCool, Ms. Cruz, Mr. Tran, and Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division.
Good morning, Jack. Before you wait, hold on. Before you,
Sure.
you roll it out, I love the enthusiasm, Mr. McCool. But I just kind of want to set the frame and just kind of frame it up
Sure.
with my colleagues, just so they know like what we're doing and why we're doing it. So we have a special presentation by Mr. McCool, who is the chief of our State Assessed Property Tax Division. At our last board meeting, we had a presentation on unitary value setting for state assessees. And I think it's important for us to remind ourselves why we're doing what we do and how we do what we do. So today's presentation is a follow-up presentation on just industry trends. It's important for us, as well as the members of the public, to understand the emerging issues facing, or the emergency issues affecting the evaluation of state assessees, should they be reviewed on a periodic basis. So today's just an opportunity for public review. It's an informational. And so with that, I want to introduce the issue, one caution for my fellow board members. And this caution is the same one that I stated at our last board meeting, that this is just a special presentation, high-level policy discussion, and we cannot discuss individual companies. So if we were to do so, we would be in violation of taxpayers' confidentiality and maintain our own work our own work in adopting values for companies at our meeting that is to come in May. So we ask that questions are welcomed, but please limit them to just policy issues only, without any direct reference from some of the state employees that may be at the top of your mind. So with that introduction, Mr. McCool, take it away. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. I am joined today by 3 members of the SAPD staff, and collectively we will be making a presentation on industry trends affecting values for state assessees. I will begin today's presentation with a short overview. I will then be followed by Mr. Hui Tran, Supervising Property Appraiser, who will be presenting industry trends for the electric generation and gas and electric industries. Ms. Tara Williams, also a Supervising Property Appraiser, will then present industry trends for the pipeline and railroad industries. Ms. Michelle Cruz is the manager of the Unitary Valuation and Auditing section, and she will present the industry trends for our 3 telecommunications industries. Finally, I will wrap up the presentation with a short summary, and all 4 members of our team will then be available to answer any questions that you may have. So with that, let us begin. And other team members can drop off camera. Thank you. And here we go. The objective of today's presentation is to provide the board with an update on some of the trends affecting value for each of the 7 industry groups. It is important to note that SAPD's mission is to determine the current market value of each assessee's taxable property, which is not the same as valuing the assessee's entire business. Therefore, our attention in today's presentation is focused on issues affecting property tax values. As SAPD's role is limited to property tax valuation, it is difficult for our staff to comment on policy or regulatory action, as we have no role in those arenas. SAPD staff monitor industry trends in a variety of ways. First and foremost is through collaboration with state assessees. Our staff communicates frequently with state assessee representatives throughout the year. We typically meet annually with most of the larger assessees prior to the valuation season, and we also have informal communications throughout the year. It is during these discussions that assessees typically will raise issues that they feel are important to their valuations. These meetings give our staff the opportunity to ask questions about such issues and to get a better understanding of how certain issues may have an impact on values. SAPD staff also monitor industry trends by reading trade magazines, appraisal newsletters, and other industry publications. Some of these publications may not have a direct link to appraisal issues, but they do help inform our staff of market conditions for the various industries. Regulatory agencies also provide vital insight into trends affecting our regulated utilities. The California Public Utilities Commission, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and the Federal Surface Transportation Board all produce various regulatory documents that contain important information that our staff monitors closely. Our staff also engages with counterparts in other states to stay informed on important appraisal issues. Our membership in WSATA, the Western State Association of Tax Administrators, for example, provides our staff with the opportunity to discuss issues of importance with unitary appraisers in other Western states. As we go through each of the industry groups today, it is important to note that not all industry trends have a direct effect on value. Certain trends or issues may change market conditions or provide an indication of an industry's general economic direction, but some trends may not have a direct effect on a specific assessee's value of taxable property. So as our team highlights some of the trends we are monitoring, please keep in mind that the trends we will be discussing today are high-level trends meant to give the board more context for each industry leading up to this year's unitary value setting. I will note that staff has put together most of today's material prior to many of our assessee meetings for the 2022 value season and before most of the annual property statements were received this year. So there may be other issues that arise during this appraisal season that are not reflected in today's presentation. As today's presenters review industry trends, they will also provide a quick review of the value indicators used by each industry. I know that we reviewed the value indicators at the special presentation last month, but to help put industry trends in context, we will go through each industry's value indicators briefly today as well. As we start going through our industries, I will close the first part of this presentation by stating that it's not always easy to quantify a particular trend's impact on the taxable value of an assessee's property. That is one of the challenges of today's presentation. We do hope to help inform the board of issues each of the industries are operating in, but we must note that the impacts from some of these challenges are not always easy to either identify or to quantify. With that, Mr. Tran will begin our review of the industry trends.
I would like to begin with the number of assessees in the electric generation industry. The electric generation industry consists of 41 state assessees, which comprises 12% of the total number of state assessees, which you can see at the top right portion of the pie chart highlighted in blue. The total 2021 assessed value for the electric generation industry was $7.5 billion, which comprises 6.1% of the overall state assessed value, which you can see at the bottom right portion of the pie chart highlighted in blue. The primary value indicators typically used for newer facilities in the electric generation industry is the replacement cost, less depreciation, and capitalized earning ability, or the CEA, value indicators. For newer facilities, these indicators are typically given equal reliance. Replacement cost less depreciation reflects the replacement cost of current technology, while the CEA is considered reliable due to the reduced volatility and income projections for newer facilities. When it comes to older facilities, the specific reliance on replacement cost less depreciation and the CEA value indicators varies depending on predictability and reliability of future income streams. Our staff must consider whether the facility has a long-term contract, a short-term contract, or in some cases, no contract at all. If the state assessed facility was recently sold, the sales indicator is also given some consideration. Our staff will attempt to obtain details of a sales agreement that pertains to the portion of the sales price that was allocated to the physical assets. To summarize, it is important to consider the age of the facility and the length of the contract when determining the use of these value indicators for this industry. Among the trends affecting the electric generation industry is rise in natural gas prices. Natural gas is the largest fuel source for the electricity generated in California. Natural gas prices for electric power generations were historically low in 2020, but have risen quite sharply in 2021. The impact of rise in natural gas prices will likely result in higher operating costs for these facilities, which will generally result in decreased assessed values. Another trend that will have an impact on the electric generation industry is the closure of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. This power plant is located on California's central coast and is scheduled to shut down on November 2nd of 2024 when PG&E's license to operate expires. This plant produces more than 8% of the state's energy portfolio and has been the sole operational nuclear power plant facility in California. The impact that this closure of this facility will have on the electric generation industry is that it will likely create a demand for more runtime for state-assessed power plants to make up for the loss in available megawatts generated by this facility due to its closure. Renewable energy is another trend affecting the electric generation industry, and the impact that it will have really comes down to the future energy policies pursued by California lawmakers. As the presence of renewable energy increases, it will likely cause state-assessed power plants to gradually run less over time, potentially resulting in decreased assessed values at a faster rate than under normal circumstances. However, in the short term, there should be less of an impact until there are sufficient renewable energy resources put in place. Renewable energy has its limitations and, for the near term, may not be able to meet all of California's energy needs. Because the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow, there will be a need for gas-fired power plants for the near term, despite the advances of renewable energy. Regulations imposed on once-through cooling facilities is another trend affecting the electric generation industry. Once-through cooling facilities are located on California's coast and uses ocean water as a cooling source for the power plants. The California State Water Resources Board, or the State Water Board, has determined that these facilities are harmful to the marine life in the ocean. So they've adopted a policy on the use of ocean water for power plant cooling that became effective on October 1st of 2010. The policy sets statutory compliance dates for these facilities that range from December 31st of 2017 to December 31st of 2020 to mitigate or close as stipulated by the State Water Board and California Energy Commission. As of the 2022 lien date, the board assesses a total of 5 once-through cooling facilities, which account for about 6% of the overall electric generation industry value. The State Water Board amended the once-through cooling policy on November 30th of 2020, which extended the compliance dates for 4 of the state-assessed facilities from December 31st of 2020 to December 31st of 2023. And the 5th facility has implemented control technology, operational and mechanical upgrades, and therefore will comply with the policy without shutting down operations. The statutory compliance dates were extended in order to provide stability and reliability to the energy grid while renewables are still being built out and are able to come online to replace the power generated from these once-through cooling facilities. Once these renewables come online and the once-through cooling facilities go offline, this should result in a decrease of about 6% to the overall electric generation industry value. Moving on to the gas and electric industry. The gas and electric industry consists of 33 state assessees, which comprises 9.5% of the total number of state assessees, which you can see at the top right portion of the pie chart highlighted in blue. The total 2021 assessed value for the gas and electric industry was $89.4 billion, which comprises 72.6% of the overall state assessed value, which you can see on the left portion of the pie chart highlighted in blue. The primary value indicators typically used for investor-owned utilities in the gas and electric industry is the historical cost less depreciation, or the HCLD value indicator. The capitalized earning ability is also typically given some consideration for these type of assessees. For electric cooperatives and gas transmission, the primary indicator is HCLD as regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. These companies are considered to be closely regulated. SAPD will also consider the CEA value indicator for companies showing a reliable income stream. The gas storage companies we assess are not subject to traditional rate making process, so the HCLD indicator is generally not used. Instead, the reproduction cost, less depreciation, and the CEA are typically both considered. Among the trends affecting the gas and electric industry is the significant growth in capital expenditures that investor-owned utilities are currently experiencing. The state of California set goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% from 1990 levels by 2030 and 80% from the same baseline by 2050. Additionally, the state is aiming to be carbon neutral by 2045. State and local air quality plans call for substantial improvements. The CPUC and CEC has also jointly implemented California's Renewable Portfolio Standard Program, which requires all electric load serving entities to procure 60% of its electricity portfolio from eligible renewable energy resources by 2030. As a result, state-assessed investor-owned utilities are currently experiencing significant growth in actual and planned capital expenditures to replace and expand their distribution and transmission infrastructure, and to construct new assets and replace older assets. The impact this growth is having on the gas and electric industry is resulting in increased assessed values. Another trend that continues to have an impact on the gas and electric industry is the wildfire climate change issue. This is an evolving issue that SAPD is continuing to monitor. SAPD continues to have ongoing discussions with investor-owned utilities on this issue. SAPD has also allowed adjustments to account for the wildfire climate change issue based on regulatory decisions made by the CPUC and Assembly Bill 1054. These adjustments result in a reduction to the utility's assessed value.
Currently, there are 24 pipeline assessees, which represents 7.4% of the total number of state assessees, as you can see in the pie chart highlighted in blue. The 24 pipeline assessees represent 0.9%, or just over $1 billion of the total value assessed by the board. The primary indicators for common carrier pipelines are the reproduction cost less depreciation, or REPRO-CLD, historical cost less depreciation, HCLD, both cost approaches, and the capitalized earning ability, CEA, which is an income approach. The use of REPRO-CLD and CEA is based on assessee-specific factors. Non-regulated natural gas transmission pipelines are typically valued using reproduction cost less depreciation, REPRO-CLD, a cost approach. Non-common carrier pipelines are also valued primarily using the reproduction cost less depreciation, REPRO-CLD indicator. There are several trends that may affect the pipeline industry, one of which is the COVID-19 impact on the oil and natural gas industries. There was a decrease in value across the board for both industries in 2021. There was also a decrease in the cost of oil for 2020 as demand bottomed out during the pandemic and the price per barrel of crude oil dropped worldwide. This led to a decrease in the CEA value indicator, which we typically only consider for our largest pipelines. Another trend the pipeline industry is facing is the move away from fossil fuels to cleaner electric alternatives. This could potentially impact both the oil and natural gas industries by decreasing end user demand. For example, California's potential 2035 ban on sales of new internal combustion engine or gas-powered vehicles will likely contribute to the decrease in demand for oil. If end user consumption decreases, this likely will result in decreased values for the pipeline companies. However, there are a lot of questions to this issue that we will continue to monitor in the coming years. While there is a general trend to move away from fossil fuels, in the short term, we are seeing an increase in demand, which is leading to older pipelines being repaired and or extended. We will, of course, continue to monitor those developments very closely. There are currently 31 railroad assessees, which represent 10.6% of the total number of state assessees, as seen and highlighted in blue on the pie chart. The 31 railroad assessees represents 3.8%, or approximately $4.5 billion of the total value assessed by the board, as you can see in the pie chart highlighted in blue. For the railroad industry, the CEA value indicators are considered most appropriate. Repro CLD is used only sparingly in the railroad industry due to the old age of many of the assets and the difficulty estimating depreciation. For the large Class 1 railroads, staff relies mostly on the perpetual life CEA using the most recent year's income. The perpetual life CEA is also the primary value indicator for most of the short line railroads. However, in some instances, the salvage indicator is used. This indicator would be calculated when the highest and best use of the property would be to disassemble and sell the component parts of the railroad rather than continue it as a going concern. There are several trends that may affect the railroad industry, one of which is the 4R Act. The 4R Act lowers railroad values. The Act imposes restrictions on state and local taxation of railroads by assessing rail transportation property at the same percentage of market value as all other commercial and industrial property in California, thereby reducing rail transportation appraised values by a certain ratio, which is calculated each year. The 4R Act was adopted to protect railroads from discriminatory taxation. In recent years, the ratio has been steadily decreasing. Another trend is the COVID-19 impact on excursion/passenger railroad companies. For calendar year 2020, excursion/passenger railroad companies experienced a decline due to the decrease in customers and the required social distancing mandates, which reduced the amount of people allowed on trains. As this year's property statements start to come in, our railroad appraisal staff will have a better idea of the potential impact of COVID-19 for 2022. The railroad industry is also facing supply chain constraints, which have slowed some railroads' ability to move freight and cargo in a normal fashion. Railroads are also facing increased operating costs and expenses as a result of theft of freight and cargo, which could potentially increase insurance costs as well as disrupt their normal operations in moving freight. If the cargo and freight theft becomes an ongoing problem, The railroad companies would have to absorb these losses, which would increase expenses. Some of the larger railroad companies have also reported labor shortages as another issue in their ability to maintain normal operations. Another trend that we are monitoring is California wildfires. Each year, we monitor wildfires and work with railroad companies to determine if they have suffered any losses or damages to property as a result of wildfires. Wildfire damage can sometimes result in disruption of operations or increased costs due to replacing damaged property.
The local telephone industry consists of 19 state assessees, which comprises 5.4% of the total number of state assessees, which is located in the bottom right corner of the pie chart in blue. The total 2021 assessed value for the local telephone industry was $6.8 billion, which comprises 5.6% of the overall state assessed value, which is located in the top right corner of the pie chart in blue. The first value indicator used by SAPD for the local telephone industry is historical cost less depreciation, or HCLD for short, which is our traditional landline assessees. This is the historical or original cost of the property minus the accumulated depreciation. It is an important value indicator for closely regulated public utilities. The second value indicator used for our larger local telephone assessees is the replacement cost less depreciation, which is the estimate of the current cost to replace the existing property with a new equivalent. Here, staff use index factors applied to the cost of the property by year and then adjust by a percent good factor to calculate the amount of depreciation. The last value indicator used is the income approach, also known as the capitalized earning ability approach. The CEA is a method that converts future anticipated income into present value. Changes in technology have reduced the number of local telephone rate regulated customers, revenue, and workforce. As a result, local telephone assessees have experienced significant declines in their customer base, resulting in excess network capacity and revenue loss since 2015. In addition, the overall wireline business continues to erode due to the impact of competition and technology, such as broadband internet or wireless offerings. As a result of the decline in the wireline business, there has also been a reduction in workforce. These trends have resulted in a general decline in values for assessees in this industry. The wireless industry consists of 25 state assessees, which comprises 7.2% of the total number of state assessees, which is located at the bottom portion of the pie chart in blue. The total 2021 assessed value for the wireless telephone industry was $8.7 billion, which comprises 6.8% of the overall state assessed value, which is located at the center right portion of the pie chart located in blue. The primary value indicator used by SAPD in the wireless industry is the replacement cost less depreciation, which is the estimate of current costs to replace existing property with a new equivalent. Here, staff use index factors applied to the cost of the property by year and adjust by a percent good factor to calculate the amount of depreciation. SAPD will also sometimes consider the income approach value indicator, also known as the CEA approach. The CEA is a method that converts future anticipated income into present value. COVID-19 has increased the number of connected devices due to remote work condition. Faster mobile and fixed wireless connections create more appealing alternatives to wired connections, contributing to the growth of the wireless industry and a shrinking local telephone industry. COVID has also adversely affected the wireless industry financially due to the limited capacity of retail stores, reduced consumer traffic in these locations, and accounts in default. Next, the shutdown of 3G networks for major carriers is projected to be completed in 2022. This could have a major impact if not addressed. Older 3G equipment, such as handheld devices and tablets, must be replaced by users for the device to be functional. 3G was introduced in 2002, but over time, wireless companies have now moved on to 4G and 5G networks. Lastly, 5G is the next generation wireless technology that's expected to change the way people live and work. Companies are racing to have the fastest or largest 5G networks. Countries are also competing to be the first to deploy fully functional nationwide 5G. That's because the benefits of the new technology are expected to fuel transformative new technologies, not just for consumers, but also for businesses, infrastructure, and defense applications. 5G signals run over new radio frequencies, also known as spectrum, which requires additional costs for updating radios and other equipment on cell towers. Carriers are also installing small cell sites to light poles, walls, or towers. The inter-exchange telephone industry consists of 166 state assessees, which comprises 47.9% of total number of state assessees, which is located on the left portion of the pie chart in blue. The total 2021 value for the local exchange industry was $5.2 billion, which comprises 4.2% of the overall state assessed value, which is located on the bottom right corner in blue. The value used by SAPD in the inter-exchange industry is the replacement cost less depreciation, which is the estimate of the current cost to replace existing property with a new equivalent. Staff use index factors applied to the cost of property by year and then adjust by a percent good factor to calculate the amount of depreciation. Fiber optic cables are preferred over electrical cabling when high bandwidth or long distance is required. This type of communication can transmit voice, video, and telemetry through local area networks or across long distances. 4 major factors why optical fiber is used over copper is data rates, distance, installation, and cost. Optical fiber provides more bandwidth than copper, which means fiber can carry more information than copper. There is also high cost associated with fiber buildouts, which is something we see in our assessment. Telcos are constantly monitoring bandwidth and capacity, and they are adapting and adding capacity to optimize their networks to the new traffic patterns, avoid congestion, and prioritize critical connectivity traffic. They are expanding their network to avoid disruption during this critical time. Many service providers also took steps to ease burdens on customers and employees impacted by the crisis and have removed data caps even if they're unable to pay their bills. In the US, more than More than 700 companies and associations have signed the FCC Chairman's Pledge to keep Americans connected to ensure that Americans do not lose their broadband or telephone connectivity as a result of these exceptional circumstances. During the time of the pandemic, they were ensuring that everyone remains connected while being physically isolated around the country. Telecom companies have stepped up and collaborated in unprecedented ways to help the general population. In the last 4 years, SAPD has seen the decrease in the number of inter-exchange assessees by 12%. This is primarily due to acquisition and mergers of different sizes. When an acquisition or merger occurs, typically a purchase price allocation is performed, which reduces the historical cost of the taxable asset. The benefit to an acquisition or merger is greater customer counts and cost savings due to redundant build-outs.
So members, as we conclude our presentation on industry trends, I hope you have found the material to be helpful and informative. As we wrap up, we wanted to provide an overview of the 2 pie charts that we have been referencing throughout today's presentation. On the left, you will see each industry as a percentage of the total number of assessees. And on the right, as you can see on the left, the inter-exchange companies represent the largest industry group by far in terms of the total number of assessees. However, as you can see on the right pie chart, the pie chart on the right-hand side, the gas and electric industry comprises the largest industry in terms of assessed value by far. So just to give you a picture, a comparison of the charts we've been referring to throughout the presentation today. Each color on the left is matched by the color on the right. So as you can see, while inter-exchange is about half of the RSSEs, they represent a small number of the overall assessed value. And gas and electric has a reasonably sized pie chart on the left as far as number of assessees, but they do comprise by far the largest assessee industry group in terms of assessed value. This concludes our presentation on industry trends affecting values of state assessees. Members, we are happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question about the electric generation companies.
Mm-hmm.
We've all been aware of the impact of the climate change and wildfires on the operations of electric generation companies. And my question is whether these environmental issues will have a short or long-term impact on the income of these companies that can or should be reflected in the property values of these state assessees.
So is your question, I'm sorry, what was the first part of your question? Was it related to just
Yeah, so the first part of the question is that we know the impact of climate change. We know the impact of wildfires on the operations of the electric generation companies. I just wanted to know whether these environmental issues will have a short-term effect or maybe a long-term effect on the income of these companies.
I think, obviously it's something that can vary differently for specific assessees. Broadly speaking, the issue of just taking climate change by itself, the short-term impacts are as there's a move from fossil fuel generated electricity to renewable energy. Currently, there isn't enough renewable energy. Therefore, electric generation, our power plants, are in high demand still. And I think that was reflected in the presentation that we mentioned, the ones through cooling plants. Their life, the allowable life to operate was extended once, and it potentially could be extended again. As time goes on and more of the utilities operate with more and more renewable energy, our electric generation facilities, the power plants, are likely to not be in as high a demand. So if they're not able to have contracts with the utilities to provide power, then that should in turn reduce their their revenue. When it comes to the utilities themselves, I think that would be a different story. I think the utilities, the gas and electric utilities, are more impacted by wildfires on an ongoing basis. I don't believe we've really seen the issue with individual electric generation facilities yet when it comes to the wildfire issue. And I think generally speaking, because of all the requirements for renewable energy, as well as the requirements imposed on the utilities for hardening of assets in response to the wildfires, those two general trends are fueling the giant capital expenditures that they're making each and every year in the last few years. And how long that continues is something we'll be monitoring very closely.
Okay, so I have another question. It's about landline, the landline and telephone companies. So here are just a series of facts that we're aware of. The transition from landlines to cell phones is a very real one.
Mm-hmm.
In 2020, only 36% of homes in the United States had a landline. This compares with 97% of homes that had landlines in 2004. In 2020, 63% of homes relied only on cell phones, and this compares to just 3% in 2004. So as you can see, there's been, I'm sure it's reflected in your own family, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, given the seismic change in the way traditional landlines are used, are there any implications for the valuation of companies that have provided traditional landline services?
Michelle, did you want to answer that one?
I'm sorry, Chairwoman, can you repeat the last portion of your question?
Yeah, no problem. So there's been a change with how people communicate, right? We're shifting away from landlines and we're going to cell phones. And so I wanted to know if there's any implications in the valuation of the company. Is the company still valuable? Is it still profitable? And I'm looking to figure out if the implications for the valuation of the companies that have provided traditional landline services. Are you seeing a trend? Are they moving away from landline services and moving back to online as they build out their 5G network? I'm just looking for some of your analysis and the trends that you're seeing for telephone companies.
Okay, so let me see if I can answer this carefully. Our larger companies have multiple entities, and so some of the equipment have crossovers between the traditional landline and their wireless equipment. And also, in certain areas of California, they are in what's called our rural areas. So they're required to be in those areas. So even as it decreases, it's decreasing very slowly, but I still believe landlines will be around because it's not cost effective for wireless technology to be in rural areas. So
I'm sorry, so that last part, it's not cost effective for wireless companies to be in rural areas.
For build out.
For what reason?
So right now, because obviously they started years and years ago, they have copper fiber or copper cables running out in rural communities. So for them to redo those lines to fiber to be more, to have faster data and faster service is just not feasible.
It's just not what? Feasible?
Feasible, yes. So they are also looking into, which I haven't had a chance this season to follow up at one point. You may have been on the board a few years ago when they talked about fixed wireless, which was a system which they were trying to use wireless equipment along with wireline equipment so that they could put cell towers possibly in rural areas. So that is also in the works with the FCC. I know they were trying to get approval on it, and I just don't know where it's at as of today.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got 3 hands up. We'll go with Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Gaines, Mr. Vasquez. Mr. Schaefer, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Chair Cohn, I appreciated the statistics you gave us on telecommunications. It wasn't too many years ago that I couldn't live without a fax number, and I had to have a separate telephone answering machine. But that's ancient history now. I have a couple of questions about railroads. Mr. McCool, I'd like to ask you. You said something about amount of people allowed on trains. Is that something really in effect? We're not talking about inner city travel where they always have standing people. We're talking on non-private railroad cars, like, you know, the things we think of as railroads. But I would think that they may say they have a limit so that the value of their property is lowered, when in fact I think they I don't know that they have a limit. I've never been on a train that everybody didn't have a seat, where the people, you know, would have to stand. Is there a problem that requires limitation of number of people allowed on trains, or is that just something dreamed up to affect the valuations?
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair Schaefer. So this particular point in our presentation was referring to our passenger excursion trains. So most of our state assessed railroads are freight operators, but we do have a handful of what you might refer to as an excursion railroad. So they have, you know, rides through the countryside. We have a wine train operator, that sort of thing. So what we were specifically referring to was impacts those excursion railroads felt last year due to government-imposed COVID-19 restrictions. So there was actually a period where they couldn't operate, and then when they were allowed to operate again, they had to operate with reduced capacity. So that created a situation that we felt was essentially economic obsolescence. And we made some adjustments last year for the excursion railroads to account for that. So those adjustments would have, in fact, reduced the value of those excursion railroads last year. So the property tax liability would have been lower. It's a little bit early now for me. I haven't seen the data yet for this current assessment year. So we'll have a better idea in the next month or so whether those same impacts were felt by excursion railroads for this particular lien date.
How old do our railroads get to be? Do we have any railroads that are, say, from World War I era would make them 100 years old? You know, the trains today don't look like the ones in old movies.
No, that's for sure. I think railroads are just like every other industry. There's new technology. The locomotives are powered in different ways than they used to be. There are quite a few old trains still out there. So whether, I know there's museums and collectors and that type of thing, but I believe some of the locomotives still operating in businesses in California are quite old.
We know where old airplanes go to die. As you drive in the Arizona desert, you see 100 airplanes in a field that'll be there forever. What happens to old trains? Do they cut them up and bury them, or do they have them here and there isolated in museums? I would think there'd be enough to have like the airlines do, a place that people might want to come see old trains.
There are a lot of train fans out there, and I know that there are a few hobby clubs that exist that will take on some old trains that no longer have value for our operating railroads. I think that some locomotives are scrapped at some point, but I do think there's quite a few that have ended up in museums. So we don't really see the railroad graveyards that you might be referring to with the airplane industry, but there's plenty of railroad museums across this country displaying some of those older locomotives.
Are we taxing only the trains that are actually rolling then?
So there's a little bit of a distinction. So when it comes to the state assessed railroads, if they own or use the property, then it would be potentially taxable. So I think it's conceivable that we would probably have non-operating railroads that are owned by state assessees. I would imagine that the value of those railroads, of those trains specifically, would be quite low. They're not operating. There's probably some sort of a mechanical problem, or they may just be older technology. So if we're strictly speaking about state assessed railroads, those would have very, very little value.
Yeah, any that are not functioning, I would want us to realize that there's very little value there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, want to hear from Mr. Gaines.
Great, thank you. I want to thank you for the presentations. They're very helpful, and I just had a couple of questions on valuation and how you make these transitions when, in particular, in the wireless arena, we've got the 3G networks, and we're starting to upgrade to the 5G. And I'm trying to figure out, how does that impact the revenue that comes into the state as a result of a generational change in technology? And is there a period of time where you have depreciated 3G network, and so you see a decline in revenue that then is supplemented by newer technology that increases revenue? But what does that look like in terms of through a transition?
Yes, so for our property tax assessments for the telecommunications industry, the primary valuation indicators are actually the cost approach. So just specifically referring to like the revenue angle isn't necessarily as much of a direct impact on telecommunication values. However, to your point about 3G networks operating at the same time as a 5G build out, there are obviously duplicative costs operating different or parallel networks. So part of the reason for no longer operating a 3G network is to no longer have those costs and to no longer have that property on the books. So yeah, so from just a property tax state assessed standpoint, the build out of the newer networks will be that sort of that same appraisal thought, is replacing older, more depreciated property with newer, less depreciated property, which generally speaking will result in an increase in the assessed value.
Right, okay. And would that be the same for wildfire damage? So if you look at a railroad and let's say some of the ties catch fire.
Right. That's exactly right. So as those fires damage railroad property, for example, or trestle is damaged, it could potentially affect the railroads in different ways. Some of the income generating railroads, if there's a particular route, I'm just making an example, somewhere in a canyon or a mountain, and they can no longer get through that area due to either a wildfire or damage to their line, then they would have to reroute that freight through a different set of tracks, which could potentially increase operating costs, delay freight from delivery, change the rates they're able to charge. So for the income generating railroads, it could potentially have a negative impact on their revenue, which could potentially lower the value. Just looking at it from some of the other railroads that we have that aren't necessarily income positive, and we may use a cost approach, that's the same idea as the older railroad property that was damaged would be replaced by something that's newer and less depreciated, which actually could increase the assessed value. So it would just depend on the specific operator and the specific circumstances.
Okay, all right, great. And can you help me with this Diablo Canyon facility? It's going to get shut down in a couple of years, and I'm just trying to figure out how that works. Because it's going to get decommissioned, right? And so does the value go down to zero?
So Diablo Canyon is owned and operated by PG&E. So we have worked very closely with PG&E to develop a valuation model to draw down the value of the facility as it reaches its end date. So there's, without getting too technical, there's certain equipment that will have to remain beyond the closure of the facility. So there will be still some property there that will be assessed, but so that, I mean, that's something that we've been working very closely with PG&E as well as San Luis Obispo County for a number of years now. But once the facility ceases generating electricity, it will still have. I'm definitely not an expert in nuclear technology, but I know there will be staff on site, and there will be things that they need to do to maintain the certain parts of the infrastructure related to the nuclear generation.
Okay. And if it gets extended, let's say we're still, because there's been issues with blackouts in the state of California, and there's questions about reliability with regards to renewable energy.
Right.
So from a valuation standpoint, let's say they were going to decommission in 3 years. Now they're looking at a 6-year time frame. How do you handle the valuation if it's kind of a start-stop sort of sequence?
Jack, I want to jump in. We don't assess the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant.
Well, so the Diablo Canyon power plant is assessed as part of PG&E's assessment. It's not assessed as a separate facility as we do in the electric generation industry per se. So for that industry, where each facility is a separate assessee essentially. So I think one of the points we were trying to make in the presentation today is, as Diablo Canyon reaches its end date, there's a certain amount of generating capacity that will no longer be available for the state. And I know, more broadly speaking, there's a hope that, renewables will make up that difference. It's certainly not something that our property tax staff can predict whether there will be sufficient renewable capacity to make up the loss of Diablo Canyon's generating capacity. So it's our expectation that our electric generation facilities will be in higher demand once that facility closes down, because there'll just be a need to replace that generating capacity. So I think the overall value trend in relation to Diablo Canyon would actually be a little bit less focused on PG&E's valuation because of the expanse of their operations overall, and would actually probably have more of a direct impact on some of our electric generation facilities that will just be they'll need to run longer than they would otherwise if Diablo Canyon hadn't closed.
Natural gas?
Well, natural gas.
In terms of solar, or
Yeah, so all of the state assessed utilities are still trying to meet those renewable goals. And moving away from fossil fuels would include having less reliance on natural gas. I personally don't know where the state stands in terms of natural gas as part of the overall generating and how much percent of our electricity is coming from renewables. I just don't know those numbers. But as we mentioned in his presentation, the natural gas is still the primary fuel for our electric generation facilities. So as those facilities continue to operate, they still need that fuel. So I think in the short term, I don't know that we're really expecting our electric generation facilities to start fading away. And a longer trend would be the more of the state's electricity is coming from renewables, then the less operation we'll see from the facilities that we're assessing now.
Right, and then you'll see valuation transition.
Correct.
To new energy creation by utilities in different areas, I guess.
Correct.
All right, that's great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vasquez, and then we'll hear from Yvette Stowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you, Mr. McCool, for your in-depth presentation, and kudos to all your staff. It was a very informative presentation. I just had a couple of quick questions, and let me take the first one, kind of touch on, I think you kind of hit it a little bit in terms of regarding the 5G network technology and infrastructure. And, such as these towers and equipments, I've read that this industry is projected to grow more than 70% within the next 5 years. And its market size is estimated to reach 80 billion within the same period. Do we have the sufficient resources to handle this growth, i.e. staff, as well as expertise to effectively assess this sector? I was wondering if you have any concerns or projections on those evaluations.
I personally don't have any concerns. I mean, we have thankfully a very capable staff. Just speaking to the wireless staff in particular, we have a lead there that's more than capable. Part of our collaboration with our state assessees is to learn more about this new technology, to have an understanding of what some of the plans are and what we should be expecting to see from their annual property statements in the coming years. So we have very good partners in this arena from the industry side. From a property tax assessment perspective, we have our annual property statement that the assessees are required to file. And that is the basis that we use to determine our assessed values on an annual basis. So from the technical side of 5G and how it works relative to 4 or 3G is a little bit less important for our staff. We certainly try to stay as informed as we can. But at the end of the day, it still comes back to what those numbers reported on the property statement.
So Jack, may I add something?
Absolutely.
Mr. Vasquez, just so you know, we do meet with our very large wireless assessees on a yearly basis in which they provide presentations with lots of information regarding what's going on specifically with their company and within the industry. So we are very well informed in the wireless industry.
And I guess my part of that question was, and it sounds like you both feel pretty comfortable with the staffing levels we have to handle that moving forward, especially as it grows.
Yes, I mean, we currently have some vacancies, and we always have a little bit of a challenge trying to remain fully staffed. As I'm sure all of you are very aware, we experienced a significant number of retirements a few years ago, and we're still working through the transition and succession planning from our staff. We've been very fortunate that we have a tremendous amount of very good, very qualified staff. So from the top end of how our staff is currently structured, I feel very, I'm actually quite pleased on the level of expertise that we have. Some of the challenges from a staffing perspective have just been filling some of those vacancies more at the bottom of the pyramid, if we can refer to it that way. So we do have some vacancies that we would like to fill with, for lack of a better term, assistant level appraisers, auditor appraisers, the newer, less experienced group. So we have had some challenges filling some of those vacancies, but from the senior level, we're in a very good position.
Thank you. And then just my last quick question is you mentioned about collaborating with larger state assessees and that you have open communications with them all year long.
Yes.
And has that department received any indication regarding a trend in a specific sector that is worth noting or worth talking about to get ahead of some of these issues that might arise in the near future?
I'm not sure, and I don't know, Michelle, if you have anything you can think of. I mean, I think we've tried very much to incorporate a lot of what we have been hearing with some of our assessee communications and meetings into today's presentation. I think there's always emergent issues that can arise during the appraisal season. So I'm sure we'll still see a few surprises between now and when we convene in May. But working very closely with our assessee partners is a key part of our operation, and I think it goes a long way on both sides to not only keeping our staff informed, but improving our end product our assessed valuations.
Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez, are you done?
Yes,
Excellent.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Perfect, no
Thank you.
problem. Okay, Ms. Towers, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to quickly, on behalf of the controller, I would like to just thank Mr. McCall and his team for this outstanding presentation. This is exactly what she envisioned when she asked for it this past May. And on a bonus note, just nice to see your team members, to see and hear how intelligent and qualified and diverse that they are. So kudos to you, Mr. McCall, and your entire team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Seeing that there are no other hands up, we will continue moving forward. This is an informational item. Let's see if there's any public comment on it. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
And to make a public comment from the phone lines, please press 1 and then 0 at this time. Once again, that's 1-0 for any public comments. And we have no public comments in the queue. Please continue.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, seeing that there's no public comment, could you please call the next item?
Looks like we may have
I'm
a
sorry.
hand
Hold,
with
hold,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Gaines.
Wait, hold on. Before you call the next item, Mr. Gaines, is that your hand? Is that a fresh hand up?
Yes, thank you. If I could just one more question.
Yes.
Yeah, could Mr. McCool help us with total valuation of assessed value by industry and then revenue?
The revenue component is a little bit trickier because we are not the ones that would apply the property tax rate, and we don't collect the actual tax. I could probably provide an estimate. I wouldn't have. We attempt to calculate an average statewide unitary tax rate each year. I don't have that on the top of my head at the moment.
Okay.
But we could marry that number to our total assessed value to come up with an estimated amount of property tax revenue. I believe, and please don't quote me, I believe when we issued the news release last May reporting the unitary value setting adopted by the board, I believe the news release, I want to say, said 1.99 billion in local revenue generated, I believe was the number.
Okay. All right. That's great. Is that something that you could update us on either later in the day or tomorrow?
Absolutely. You know what? In fact, I will include that on my division report later today.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Member Gaines, you just wanted to know the total assessed value as well as the estimated revenue generated?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Perfect.
Thank you. For state assessed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Mr. McCool, we do want to acknowledge your great presentation today. Thank you. And to the entire team, Cruz, Tran, and Williams, we appreciate your thoughtful contributions to today's presentation. Very informative.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, with that, please call the next item.
The next item is F1, Other Tax Program, Non-Appearance Matters, Property Tax Audits. Mr. McCool will present 3 items for your consideration, which may be voted on individually or collectively. Contribution disclosure forms are not required for these items. As these matters are a constitutional function, Ms. Towers is not participating in accordance with Government Code Section 7.9. The audits are A, Northwestern Pacific Railroad Company 0827, B, Telespan Communications LLC 7956, C, Time Warner Cable Information Services California LLC 8063. This matter will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Good morning again, Chair Cohen and honorable members. For the record, Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. The State Assessed Properties Division performs routine audits of state assessees under the authority of California Revenue and Taxation Code Section 828 and Government Code Section 15618. The purpose of a property tax audit is to determine the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of the financial data furnished by state assessees and used by the board in the valuation process. Audits also include an internal review of the methods, calculations, and assumptions used by the State Assessed Properties Division staff. Before you today for your consideration are 3 property tax audits completed by State Assessed Property Division staff. The assessees have been presented with a copy of the audit report and provided an opportunity to provide additional information in response to the audit report and findings. I am available to answer any questions if needed, and I ask for your adoption of these 3 audits. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, do you have any questions?
Just if I could make just a comment.
Please, go ahead.
So it's my understanding that there's been coordination with these 3 entities and the Board of Equalization in terms of coming to the accurate audits on each of them.
That is correct, Member Gaines. In each instance, when we've completed an audit, we transmit the full audit report and findings to the assessee. They are provided a 30-day window if they wish to challenge any of the audit findings or provide additional information. I am not aware of any outstanding objections or issues related to any of these 3 audits.
Wonderful. Thank you for working with them and letting them provide the information that was needed to get an accurate evaluation.
Of course. Thank you.
Great. Okay, I see no other hands up. Let's go ahead and take public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
And once again, for a public comment, please press 10 at this time. We have no public comments in queue. Please continue.
All right, thank you. Question, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the staff's recommendation on item F1, the property tax audit. There's
So moved.
Thank you. Could we get a roll call vote, Ms. Taylor?
Certainly. Chair Cohen made a motion to accept the staff findings for the audit with Member Gaines seconding. Chair Cohen.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers not participating. The motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. Please call F2.
The next item is F2, Other Tax Program Non-Appearance Matters, Land Escape Assessment. Mr. McCool will present 8 items for your consideration, which may be voted on individually or collectively. Contribution disclosure forms are not required for these items. As these matters are a constitutional function, Ms. Stowers is not participating in accordance with Government Code Section 7.9. The land escaped assessments are A. Pacific Gas and Electric Company 0135, B. Southern California Edison 0148, C. BNSF Railway 0804, D. Los Angeles SMSA Limited Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless 2532, C. Fresno MSA Limited Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless 2552, F. Cellco Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless 2559, G. Sprint Spectrum LP 2720, H. Race Telecommunications Incorporated 8099. Mr. McCool.
Let me be the first to say good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. Once again, Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. I'm here this afternoon to present 8 escaped assessments for the board's consideration. These items represent property that the assessees failed to report timely and as a result escaped assessment. All 8 assessees have been notified of the escaped assessments and have been given an opportunity to provide additional information to change our escape assessment findings. I am available should you have any questions, and I ask for the board's adoption of these escape assessments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Gaines, I see your hand. You can go first.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify when we had discussed this earlier, when I discussed this earlier with you, Mr. McCool, I just wanted to clarify that in some of these cases, these are smaller entities, is what I think you had explained, and maybe they were perhaps not aware of the particular deadline. And in other cases, they're much larger entities and just trying to get a handle on all of their different properties that they own. It's almost by nature that some of them are going to get missed. But they've all been given adequate warning and knew what the deadlines are, or should have known that. Hopefully I'm describing that accurately.
I believe you are. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, I see no other hands. Let's go to public comment, and then I'll entertain a motion.
Ms. Cohen, we're having a difficulty with the closed captioner. So we might need to take a pause a moment here. I'm trying to gather more information.
Chair Cohen and members, would you like a 5-minute break?
Sure. Great, we'll reconvene at 11 minutes after 12.
Thank you, members. Thank you, staff.
the motion and who made the second?
I made the motion and Gaines made the second.
Thank you. All right, we will now return to item F2, other tax program non-appearance matters with Mr. McCool.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCool. You ready?
Yes, should I restate?
No,
Everything?
that's
Okay,
right. You don't need to restate.
perfect.
We were going to
Okay,
public
thank
comment.
you.
That's right.
Okay.
No problem. Ms. Taylor, we're going to go to public comment for the F2 item.
Thank you. AT&T moderator, could you please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment on this matter?
And once again, for any public comments, please press 1, then 0 at this time. We have no public comments from the phone lines. Please continue.
Thank you. We appreciate that. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the staff recommendations on item F2, the lands escaped assessments. Is there a second?
Second. Oops, go ahead.
Second by Mr. Vasquez. Please call the roll.
All right, and Chair Cohen, you were the maker of the motion?
Correct.
Thank you. Chair Cohen.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers not participating. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. All right, let's continue. Please call the next item.
Our next item is G1, Rulemaking, Regulation 6001, General Provisions, Proposed Adoption of Amendments to Appendices A and B to Regulation 6001, containing the Board's Conflict of Interest Code. This item will be proposed by Ms. Himovitz.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair. Oh, good afternoon. Hi. It's not morning anymore. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. I'm Julia Himovitz with the Legal Department. Today, for the board's consideration, staff has submitted proposed changes to the board's Conflict of Interest Code and is requesting approval and authorization to initiate the regulatory process consistent with these proposed amendments. Specifically, as reflected in the attachments, the proposed amendments are changes to Appendices A and B to California Code of Regulations, Title 18, Section 6001. Appendix A contains the board's listing of all employee positions that are required to report certain economic interests based on their duties for the board. The proposed changes to Appendix A are based upon staff's review of the board's current organizational chart, the job descriptions for each of the positions shown on the chart. These proposed amendments also reflect input from each of the BOE departments and divisions that report to the Executive Director, as well as the recommendation of the Fair Political Practices Commission staff. Appendix B contains the board's numbered disclosure categories, which each describe different types of reportable economic interests. Appendix A designates the board's positions that involve making or participation in the making of decisions which may foreseeably have a material effect on any financial interest, and specifies each listed position's reportable economic interest by reference to the numbered disclosure categories in Appendix B. These appendices were last amended in 2015, so today's proposed amendments would more accurately reflect the BOE employee disclosure requirements consistent with the intent and purpose of the Political Reform Act. Upon approval of the proposed amendments, staff will file the initial rulemaking package with OAL and submit the notice documents to all BOE staff and interested parties. Accordingly, we request that the board adopt the proposed amendments to the board's Conflict of Interest Code and authorize staff to start the formal rulemaking process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, do we have any questions? Ms. Stowers?
Thank you, Chair Cohen. Thank you, Ms. Horwitz, for your presentation. I just want to acknowledge the adjustments that you made on the categories as it relates to the Executive Director and the Deputy to the Board Member. I appreciate you hearing my concerns and addressing those categories. And overall, I'm still a little concerned with the lack of timeliness of this change. It is not a reflection on you. It's just looking back. The Board of Equalization went through a major reorganization in 2017, and many of these positions and divisions were no longer part of the Board of Equalization, but yet we went 5 years without legal, chief counsel making the necessary adjustments. That's 5 reporting periods that the BOE employees did not have accurate information. That's just my observation, but I'm happy that we're getting to it now.
Thank you for that observation. Very serious.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. And we're hoping to be doing this more regularly. And as you know, this was something that we wanted to make a priority. And so I really appreciate you bringing that up today. And we hope to do this on a more regular basis moving forward.
Thank you.
Comment if I could, Member Gaines.
Absolutely.
I think if we reflect on it in terms of the changes that have happened at the BOE, we were sworn in January of 19, and we had to recreate the legal department. And so we started with a skeleton crew, and I think they were overburdened for a period of time because they have so many duties. I'm not looking to make an excuse. I'm just saying that we had to recreate the agency in many different ways, and so I'm glad that we've gotten to the point where this has been edited and adjusted to the new BOE as it exists today. So thank you, Julie. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I see no other hands up, so let's go ahead and take public comment on this item.
Thank you.
We'll take action.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
And once again, for any public comment at this time, please press 1-0. We have no public comments from the phone lines. Please continue.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing that there is no other discussion for this item, may I have a motion to approve?
This is Ms. Stowers. Move.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, a motion moved by Ms. Stowers and will second by Mr. Vasquez. Let's call the roll.
Madam Chair, though, I think we should state in the motion that we're approving the staff's amendments to Regulation 6001, right?
All right. So
if we could just state that for the record, that's all.
Restate the motion, Ms. Stowers, to approve the amendments.
Yes, Madam Chair. My motion is to approve staff's amendments to Regulation 6001, State Board of Equalization Conflict of Interest Code, and move forward to the rulemaking process.
Mr. Vasquez, is there a second?
And I'll second that, yeah.
All right, great. Ms. Taylor, please call the roll.
Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great. All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Please
you.
call the next item.
The next item is J1, Administrative Consent Agenda, Approval of the Board Meeting Minutes. The minutes of February 23rd, 2022 and March 22nd, 2022 were attached to the public agenda notice for your consideration.
Right. Thank you. All right, J1, Administrative Consent Agenda. Colleagues, are there any corrections to the minutes? All right, seeing none. Members, would anyone let's take public comment, and then let's take public comment on this item.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
For any public comment, please press 1-0 at this time. We have no public comments from the phone lines. Please continue.
Great, thank you. Members, anyone like to make a motion on this item?
Sure. I'll move to adopt the February 23rd, 2022 and March 22nd, 2022 minutes as distributed.
All right, is there a second?
I'll
second
second.
that motion. Cohen will second that motion. Let's, Ms. Taylor, could you please call the roll?
Certainly. Chair Cohen,
Thank you. Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you. Please call the next item.
The next item is K1A, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Update, Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members. I'm Brenda Fleming for the record, the Executive Director. Members, this month's report has 4 items that I'll highlight today. The first is an update on returning to in-person meetings beginning April 1st. An update on the restored delegation authority for appointments, exams, and hires. The third item is an update on the recent advisory council meeting. And finally, members, just an update to cover some of the upcoming meetings, notes on meetings and important events. Members, the governor's executive order, as we've described before, that extended Assembly Bill 361 ends March 31st. Therefore, members, we will be resuming our in-person meetings held at 450 N Street in Sacramento beginning April 1st, as I mentioned. The legislation that the legislature is considering is moving slowly and so would not be taking effect to allow us to continue with remote meetings. So at this point, again, we'll be resuming meetings beginning April 1st. Next, members, I'm pleased to report that the State Personnel Board has approved our request, which granted delegated authority to BOE for appointments, exams, and hires. In essence, members, what this means is without this delegation before, the process involved review and approval by both CDTFA's HR and CalHR. So we went through 3 agencies to handle personnel matters. The result, members, of the restored delegation and that given that authority back is that the process now involves working only with CDTFA, which makes the hiring process more efficient and obviously more expedient. This is a testament to the management team's good work and to your leadership members, and so we're very pleased to announce this. And so at this point, effective as of March 10th, that delegation has been restored and we're working with CDTFA only, so kudos to all. Next, members, the Advisory Council met on February 28th. I was delighted with the level of robust discussion and engagement by Advisory Council members and staff. We discussed just in general affordable housing, Proposition 19, and education and outreach methods to have the Advisory Council members partner with us to ensure that the citizens of California and range of taxpayers and stakeholders are kept informed about these important matters. I greatly appreciate the collaboration and commitment from the Advisory Council as they commit to help us, again, get these messages out. I again want to thank them and thank the staff for their participation and just raising this as a priority and importance to make sure, again, everyone is informed. Finally, members, as we look at the year ahead, I'd like to highlight a few of the important dates on the horizon. In April of 2022, the 2022 Central Southern California Assessors Association Annual Conference will be held in Pismo Beach, California. On June 2nd, 2022, the California Taxpayers Association is hosting their 96th annual meeting in Sacramento. Tentatively, in October of 2022, members, we will hold our annual meeting with the assessors. And then finally, in November of 2022, the 120th annual CAA conference will be held. And of course, members, my staff and I will continue to keep you posted on some of the significant issues coming up. Members, if there are no questions, that concludes this portion of my report. You're muted, ma'am. You're muted, Ms. Cohen. If you could hear me, you're muted.
You're muted, Ms. Cohen.
Mr. Vasquez, or any colleagues, any questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Vasquez, I see your hand. Mr. Gaines, I see yours, and then Mr. Schaefer. Take it away.
Just real quick, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fleming. And I just wanted to congratulate your staff, especially on bringing back the BOE HR delegation to the BOE. And could you, I guess, kind of briefly summarize what that all means? You know, we hear about it. I know before you were having a real tough time just in terms of just hiring folks. So I'm assuming that's going to really streamline things for you.
In a nutshell, yes, it streamlines. That's the most significant piece of it. So the delegation was removed from the State Board of Equalization in the 2017 timeframe. At the time, members, as we've shared before, the delegation we were told was going to be permanent, a revocation. The delegation is issued to us primarily by the State Personnel Board that gives the different agencies the ability to conduct various aspects of the personnel and hiring processes. So for us, there was a bullet list of items that we were no longer authorized to perform on our own, and therefore had to work with both CDTFA and CalHR to process and review those materials. We are very, very fortunate and considered very blessed to have the opportunity to, based upon the good staff's work, the leadership of this board, and participating and just moving out to show and consistently demonstrate that we're doing merit-based hires. As a result of that, in the metrics, the ongoing conversations that staff have with CalHR and SBB and CDTFA on a recurring basis, based upon the performance and the good work that's been done, that delegation was restored and went before the State Personnel Board. So again, in essence, what it means is instead of going through 3 organizations, we just work between BOE and CDTFA directly. So definitely an expedited, much more efficient process, a much more cost-effective route. So we're very grateful. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaines.
I just wanted to highlight the same point. I think it's shows progress that we have streamlined HR, and that'll just help us in terms of filling our vacancies. But our vacancies are kind of in the normal level now, so I'm very
absolutely, sir, indeed,
about that. But I just think it shows progress for the BOE, and very encouraged by that. So thank you for your great work, Brenda. Appreciate it.
Kudos to the team and your leadership. Thank you all.
Team.
Mr. Schaefer.
Yes. Hi. You mentioned a number of organizations, meetings, things like that coming off for the rest of the year. I'd like to have a list of that in writing, and if any of them would be appropriate for us to attend or be invited to or go on our own expense. I'd like to just know that this is available to us, because I think I learn and grow when I meet with other people in tax-related business like I'm in. And I'm willing to pay, to attend if they're not inviting me as a speaker. I'm really going there not to teach, but to learn. So, and I think it's good for us that we have one of our people pop into one of those things rather than nobody. I don't think we need to have all of us attend, but I always learn something when I go to another session and share it with my colleagues. Thank you.
Indeed, sir, and we'll work with your office to make sure that you and all the members have that information. Thank you for your comments. Members, that concludes this portion. If there's no other questions, I'm ready to proceed with my second item.
Please do.
May I call it, Ms. Fleming?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The next item is K1B, Executive Director's Report, extension of time to complete local assessment role.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Members, Revenue and Taxation Code Section 616 requires county assessors to annually complete their local assessment rolls by July 1st. Section 155 provides that the board or its executive director may extend by 30 days the deadline for any official act by the assessor. In the case of public calamity, the deadline may be extended by 40 days. Section 155 also requires that the executive director inform the board of any such extension at its next regular meeting. This report, members, is to inform you that the San Luis Obispo County Assessor has requested and has been granted a 30-day extension for completing their 2022 local assessment role. Members, if there are questions, that completes that portion of my update.
See if there's any comments. Any comments or questions, colleagues? Be straightforward, Ms. Fleming. Thank you.
Thank you. And members, if I may,
Right,
Chair Cohen, if I may just offer a happy belated birthday to Vice Chair Schaefer and to Deputy Controller Stowers.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
All right. Seeing that there are no other questions or comments, let's go to public comment.
Thank you. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding Ms. Fleming's report.
For public comments, please press 10 at this time.
All right, let's keep proceeding then.
All right, the next item is K1C, Executive Director's Report, Special Taxes Quarterly Report. General discussion on the special taxes workload over the last 3 months. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati and Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. With me today is Technical Advisor for Special Taxes, Ms. Laurel Williams, who will provide information regarding BOE's alcoholic beverage tax and tax on insurance programs. Ms. Williams, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members of the board. I am Laurel Williams, the BOE's Technical Advisor for Special Taxes. I will be providing you recurring reports and updates throughout the year regarding the BOE's special tax programs. Attached to today's agenda is a high-level diagram, which I encourage you to review while I provide an overview of the programs. I'm going to start with the alcoholic beverage tax. The alcoholic beverage tax is a per-gallon excise tax collected on alcoholic beverages in California. Revenues from this tax are used by the state's general fund or used to pay refunds under this program. Currently, there are 10,219 taxpayers in the alcoholic beverage tax program. In fiscal year 2020 to 21, this program had revenues of approximately $405 million. The alcoholic beverage tax program includes programs on beer, wine, and distilled spirits. Alcohol used for industrial purposes, such as rubbing alcohol or hand sanitizer, is not subject to this tax. The tax rates range from 20 cents per gallon for beer and wine to $6.60 per gallon for over 100 proof distilled spirits. These tax rates have not been changed since July 15, 1991. The alcoholic beverage taxes are slightly unique in that they are not paid at the time of manufacture or retail sales, but at the time of distribution. Depending on the size of the distributor, filing basis varies from monthly to annually. Distributors paying the alcoholic beverage tax are also generally required to hold accounts with CDTFA to report sales and use tax and appropriate licenses with the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board and local jurisdictions. Many accounts will also be required to report federal excise taxes with the United States Treasury through the Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau. Due to these many reporting requirements to multiple different agencies, this program has a high compliance rate. For reference, for our program, I'm going to give you some performance measures that we track to ensure the program is performing. In fiscal year 2020 to 2021, the program had no appeals. It also had a very insignificant number of petitions and a very limited number of requests for refunds and accounts and collections. BOE has entered into an interagency agreement with CDTFA to perform many of the administrative functions of the program, including registration, collection, billing, return filing, and auditing. However, BOE still has the oversight of the program and hears appeals related to the program. The next special tax program, the BOE under the BOE's purview, is the tax on insurers. Insurance companies may be subject to as many as 3 types of insurance taxes in California. There are currently 2,623 taxpayers in the Tax and Insurers program. In fiscal year 2020 to 2021, the Tax and Insurers program generated approximately $2.7 billion. The Tax and Insurers program is jointly administered by the BOE, the California Department of Insurance, and the State Controller's Office. Each of these agencies has a role in the collection of the taxes within this program. For instance, insurers are registered with the California Department of Insurance, who also determines the amount of tax due and processes the returns and payments. BOEs are responsible for billing deficiencies, hearing all appeals for claims for refund and petitions for redetermination denials. The State Controller's Office is responsible for the collections and receives the payments, which are sent by CDI to post to the correct accounts. And I said CDIA, which is the California Department of Insurance. BOE has entered into an interagency agreement with CDTFA to perform the billing functions. This program also has a very high compliance rate, as indicated by the following performance measures. In fiscal 2020 to 2021, there was one appeal which was resolved administratively. There has also been very low number of requests for refund and petitions. By having an interagency agreement with CDTFA for both of these special tax programs, we are able to provide staffing efficiencies by leveraging their technology and staffing. For instance, their cross system is a system that is utilized for both programs and would be cost prohibitive to duplicate for use only on our programs. We are also able to utilize CDTFA auditors based in out-of-state offices for the alcoholic beverage tax. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions? If there are no questions,
I'm sorry, I see Mr. Schaefer's hand.
Hi, thank you. You said there were 2,600 and some insurers. Those are not just California-based insurers. Those are insurers that are doing business in California that may be based in Connecticut or wherever?
That is correct. The 2,623 accounts is the total sum of all programs. So some of those are based out of state.
I'm concerned that the alcoholic beverage tax has not been modified in 30 some odd years. Is it customary that we review these every 10 years or every 50 years? Isn't it about time? I mean, we're been living through the biggest inflationary area in my life, and you know, we don't need to look at gasoline to see what's going up. Everything is, and even that, you know, we should be supporting for lower taxes. That's our game, but we also want to be consistent with reality.
Yes, I understand your question. Unfortunately, the tax rate is not for the alcoholic beverage tax is not something that we can set as an agency.
Right, and so we don't have anything to say about it. It's strictly a legislative issue.
Correct.
Do you have any idea how other states treat this? I would expect that Nevada might encourage drinking by having lower taxes, and Utah might discourage drinking by having much higher taxes. Do we have any awareness of what our fellow states are doing on the alcoholic beverage tax?
I would say that every state treats their excise tax in a very unique manner for the states. We are part of working groups that include other states.
So do you know if Utah has higher taxes and Nevada has lower taxes, or I'm just guessing, really?
Yeah, I would have to go and check to verify their tax rates for each area because, as I mentioned, we have a specific rate for beer and wine and one for each for distilled, and actually There's a higher rate for distilled based on the higher proof and a lower rate for lower proof. So I am more than happy to go and research the other states and see if I can find some apples to apples comparisons and report back at next time I give my report for you.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. A very good presentation. Very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Ms. Williams for the presentation. It was very clear and helpful. So thank you.
Thank you.
That was very concise, Mr. Gaines. All right, colleagues, anyone else have any other questions or comments for the presenter or for Ms. Fleming? All right, seeing none, let's keep moving forward. Ms. Taylor.
All right, let's go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
For any public comments, please press 10 at this time. And we have no public comments at this time. Please continue.
All right, let's continue.
Chair Cohn, we have a hand up from Member Vasquez.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vasquez.
Real quick, I thought Ms. Renati was going to be part of this presentation. Are you also going to be making a pitch before I ask the question, or is that another item?
The presentation was done by Ms. Williams to give the overview, but Ms. Williams and I are both available to answer any questions you have.
Let me ask. I have just a quick question. That's why I was waiting, because I wasn't sure if you were going to cover it, and it's really more of a question on projection and with what is the change? I guess in this period that we're talking about, have we seen much of an increase or a decrease
Of revenues?
Yes, when you were spelling out, especially on the tax piece, when you were talking about the beverage and alcohol tax.
Yes, so actually we have had an increase of approximately, I believe, $40 million from last fiscal year. And also, as I pulled the stats this morning for the number of taxpayers that we have in the alcoholic beverage tax, from the end of last fiscal year to today, there's an increase of approximately 500 accounts.
Wow. When you say 40 million, percentage-wise, is that greater than 20%?
No, it's approximately 10%.
Oh, okay. And then my second question was more of out of curiosity, of the revenue brought in by these two programs, how much of it is expensed for administering them, and on the appeals end of it, are we seeing more or less taxpayers appealing these cases?
For the appeals end, I'm going to start with the last half of your question first. We have not seen an appeal for alcohol tax in at least the last 5 years. And then with the insurance tax, there was the one that was settled administratively. However, I can speak for at least the last 4 years to that program, as I've been with BOE 2.0 since 2018, and there has just been that one in the 4 years that I've been here that has been handled, settled administratively. Regarding the actual administrative costs, I do have a question out to CDTFA to get updated costs. However, it is they're both very efficient. The last report that I had, I believe insurance tax has one person, one PY assigned to the program, and that alcohol, I believe, is less than 15. So considering the rate of return on the one PY for just insurance, it's a pretty good rate of return, and also through the interagency agreement is a no cost interagency agreement for the use of the technology and such.
That's what I had heard, and I just wanted to get it out to the public that it's very efficient. It looks like it moving forward. Thank you for those responses, and that's it, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's keep moving.
The next item is K1D, Executive Director's Report, Operational Priorities and Projects, Operational Priorities. Report on the status of operational priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
For the record, I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. As you're aware, the agency's strategic plan for 2020 through 2025 is to rebuild, revitalize, and modernize the BOE, to enrich its employees and strengthen its organizational capabilities and deliver gold standard services. For the last 2 years, the management team has made great strides in rebuilding our workforce capacity. As a result, we have greatly reduced our overall vacancy rate from a high of 32% in 2019-20 to a current rate of 17%. Additionally, as a result of our continued commitment to merit hiring principles, this month the State Personnel Board restored BOE's delegated hiring authority. While our current activities include multiple positions and active recruitment, we are shifting our efforts to ensure we provide training, guidance, and mentoring for our workforce development, professional growth, and succession planning for our staff. Members, another operational priority I would like to report to you is BOE's updated telework policy. This month marks 2 years since the state has been operating under the governor's emergency orders. Throughout this time, the BOE has continued to deliver its essential services for the benefit of the state and local governments without any interruptions or delays. This is a testament to the hard work of each and every BOE employee. Following guidance from the governor, the Department of General Services and Department of Human Resources, CalHR, starting April 1st, the BOE will begin to implement a hybrid work from home and in-office work model. The BOE's plan allows all employees increased flexibility and leverages on the lessons learned during the last 2 years. And members, the last item I would like to present is an update on our process improvement project. As I have mentioned in past reports, process improvement is our proactive and continuous practice involving the examination of procedures of each unit, determining how to best improve workflow, relevance, and user experience. I am happy to report that while this work is being performed in addition to our regular duties, the process improvement continues to progress successfully. Members, this concludes my report on some of the agency's operational priorities. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Gaines?
Yes, thank you for that presentation. And I just want to highlight this hybrid work model because coming out of the pandemic, I think everybody's learned that a lot of us don't have to come to the office to do our jobs. So can you give me an indication of what that looks like for the BOE in the future? Do you see us having this hybrid model for a long period of time? And do we know how that's going to break up between how many people are going to be in the office in a given day or week versus working out of the house?
Thank you for your question. Our policy is being implemented starting April 1st with full implementation on May 1st. Our plan right now is to allow every BOE employee to work up to 3 days at home per week. That would allow them to work in the office the other 2 days, depending on their schedule. We anticipate staggering our schedules a little bit. So for office coverage, we need to make sure that we are available to meet state services between our working hours. So I would think once the beginning, I'm just going to say be very busy, and then eventually we'll get into a routine where everyone's in the office on their scheduled days. It's going to be a bit of a change for us. We've been on skeleton crews here, but we're looking forward to it because we found that our employees are happier, we're getting the work done, and we can now move into bringing people back to work and working on that succession planning and the important information that we can give one-on-one and mentoring and all of the training, all of those things. So I hope I've answered your question, Senator Gaines.
Yeah, that's great. So for a new hire, that person might be coming in more often to get the training that they would need.
We're looking towards having weekly meetings with the team that allows us to have knowledge transfer between the most senior staff and the younger staff. We do have a lot of younger staff right now who started during the pandemic, have only worked at home. So we're looking forward to being able to give them that one-on-one training and just that the learning opportunities when you're in an office environment. Although with that said, we are also going to continue to allow people to work at home so they can have that that time where you can really focus on getting your work done.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Vasquez. We'll get to you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Schaefer, just a second, Mr. Vasquez.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Renati, for that report. And it sounds like, well, one, we're obviously having quite a bit of success in filling these positions. And I noticed, you know, several of them are being filled by folks outside of BOE. So I was just wondering how much time and energy that might be generating or workload for you folks as you begin to orient them and train them for those that are coming outside of the BOE that are not being promoted within BOE.
Thank you for the question. We are spending a lot of time training staff. We have augmented our onboarding program. You know, in the past, they'd come in and you just train them. Now, because we have people working at home and in the office, we've augmented our onboarding to provide them mandated training, give them an introduction to all the departments, and having that one-on-one training with a trainer along with their supervisor training. So we are spending a lot of time trying to get the trainees on board and working, and then continue that training, because we never stop learning. You come on and you start learning the job, but then you keep learning and learning. So trying to keep that going.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem. Mr. Schaefer.
There you go.
Okay, if we're going to have somebody spending only 2 days instead of 5 days in the office, does that give us any flexibility in the amount of space we have to rent? Like maybe a little bit of timeshare? I know it wouldn't be that substantial, but I'm in a common share facility for my office in San Diego where we can expand or contract rather easily depending on what our needs are. And you're talking to a change in the use, and that would, I think, give us some flexibility in our rental contracts. Maybe next time we sign contracts, we can insert something that would protect us. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Vice Chair Schaefer. We will be evaluating our workspace footprint in the future. It's part of the governor's plan, and we plan on doing the same. First, we're going to try out the plan, see how it goes, and see what we need.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the presentation and the discussion. It's going on 1 o'clock, colleagues. I wanted to check in with you. Do you guys need lunch, a lunch break? Or shall we? What I'd like to do is to keep moving to make up for the lost time, so that we can have not so long of a day.
I'm good, but you want to check with staff. You know, I'm thinking about the recorders, right? If they need a break.
Yeah. Ms. Fleming has indicated that they will follow our lead.
Oh, okay.
But that's why I wanted to check in and get a temperature read.
You want to do a short one, like a short break then?
If that's what you like. Yvette says no.
I'm good going through either way. I was just worried more about those that are, having to take the minutes if they need a break.
Yeah, I'm okay going ahead too, but if we need a break for staff.
Well, keep in mind that we had a break earlier today when the closed captioning was off. So
sure.
It's 1 o'clock, and we still have a lion's share of our agenda to get ahead. So if people need to turn off their cameras and get a bite to eat, please feel free to do so. But I think we should keep moving forward. All right. Okay. Thank you. So, Ms. Fleming, if I could interrupt, we're going to go ahead and keep moving forward. You let me know, Ms. Fleming, if any of your staff members indicate that they need a break, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I've just checked with them and they're with you and would like to proceed.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Taylor, please call the next item. Oh, yes.
We need
Ms. Taylor, I think we have to go to public comment.
Yes,
on,
we do.
K1D.
Yes, thank you. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
For public comment, please press 10 at this time. We have no public comment from the phone lines. Please continue.
Thank you. Please call the next item, Ms. Taylor.
The next item is K1E, Executive Director's Report, Budget Quarterly Report, Report on the Status of the BOE Budget. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Again, this is Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I will provide you with a report on the agency's budget. My presentation today is intended to provide you with a high-level review and some highlights. In the future, more detail can be provided. Attached to this month's agenda is a handout which provides an overview of the Board of Equalization's appropriated budget amounts for fiscal year 21-22 pursuant to the Budget Act, Assembly Bill 128. BOE's funding is provided by the General Fund, and our working appropriation provides 192.6 positions or employees for the support and operation of our tax programs. The majority of the BOE's budget, 86%, is for personal services, that is employee salaries and benefits. The remaining 14% of the BOE's budget provides for the BOE's operating expenses and equipment, also known as OE&E. As expected, our current expenditure reports are on target, and like most state agencies, BOE has shown savings this fiscal year involving expenses for travel due to stay-at-home orders and telework. Members, this concludes my high-level presentation regarding the agency's budget. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
That was very, very high level. My goodness. Is there any other, maybe go a level lower, some detail?
Well, I can tell you that for the period of July 1st, 2021 through the end of February 2022, we show that BOE's, as I said, our expenditures are on target. Based on current amounts, our fiscal year projections indicate that we'll spend about 81% of our total budget. However, it should be noted that the projections will likely move closer to 90% in the final months due to our continued focus on filling our vacancies. The majority of our budget is our personal services and travel expenses as we return to travel to perform surveys, attend training, classes, in-person meetings, and the like. So we're right on target. I'm very much available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, let's see. Mr. Gaines, I see your hand up.
Well, I think this is encouraging news, the fact that we are below budget. But I think you also have to plan, like you're indicating, that those expenses are going to increase before the end of the budget year. So I'm just encouraged that we're not over budget and that we're coming in underneath that. And if it's at 90%, fantastic. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Mr. Renati, on COVID, I was just wondering what kind of impact that has been for the BOE on the expenditure side.
For our expenditures have mostly gone down. We call them savings because we haven't been able to travel. We've been working at home. We haven't been able to travel to go to conferences, travel for training classes, in-person board meetings. So that's been the majority of our savings due to COVID. COVID supplies that was provided for by CalHR, DGS. We didn't have to pay for those.
And the other thing, and just listening to your report and in conversations I've had with you, this to me really kind of demonstrates how efficient we are with only 192 employees. The amount of work that's being generated and the significance in terms of the tax programs, in terms of producing a great deal for the state in terms of its revenue. The only thing I would ask is that, are we hearing much from our 58 different counties in terms of their load? Because at least we're hearing, or at least I'm hearing locally, that some of them seem to be a little bit overextended with COVID-19 issues that are now making it difficult, especially on the appeal process. And I'm wondering if we're hearing it or if there's anything we can do on our end to kind of provide maybe some assistance in that.
I know that our Dave Young, our Deputy Director of Property Tax, is in constant communication with the assessors. And we can, when he provides his report, I can ask him to provide an answer to your question. But I know we're in constant contact with them to provide any answers we can give them.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, no problem. All right, everyone. Let's call the next item, Ms. Taylor.
Let's go to public comment first, if you don't
Okay.
mind. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
And for public comment, please press 10 at this time. We have no public comment from the phone lines. Please continue.
The next item is K1G, Executive Director's Report, Proposition 19 Implementation Report. Report on the status of the agency's Proposition 19 implementation project. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Again, Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I will provide an update of our Proposition 19 implementation project. A high-level implementation plan is attached to today's agenda. I'm happy to report that the status of the BOE's implementation of Prop 19 is green. Members, as you know, our Proposition 19 implementation plan has been in place for about 17 months. As such, our Prop 19 work has been operationalized as part of our normal workload. Staff continues to ensure taxpayers and stakeholders have the information they need and continue to look for ways to improve our ability to provide the information as needed. Starting this month, the team will include their Prop 19 updates with their program presentations. One item of note is that recent inquiries received from taxpayers and stakeholders on the delay of processing of Prop 19 claims by some county assessors. David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, will briefly touch on this subject in his report. This concludes my presentation on this topic. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Oh, great. Thank you. Look forward to that David Young presentation. Love to hear what he's got to say. Mr. Vasquez, I see your hand.
I'll wait, actually, because that's tied into Mr. Young, and I'll wait for his presentation.
Okay. Yeah, I have questions too. All right. Seeing no other hands, let's go to public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
For any public comments, please press 10 at this time. We have no public comments. Please continue.
Okay, Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. Are we going to hear from Peter Kim later today?
No, he's not scheduled to speak today, but I can attempt to answer any question you have.
Well, with regards to Prop 19, I just wanted to get an update on inquiries on our website, because I know that I think there have been a couple 100,000 since the initiative passed, but given some of the new challenges that we're seeing on the transference, well, both on base year value and transfer of property to a child or grandchild, are we seeing an uptick in people trying to get on our website to get information? And then secondly, are we, it's really piggybacking what Member Vasquez is saying. Are we doing what we should be doing as the BOE to make sure we're helping people through that process? And we're doing everything we can?
Thank you for your question. I know that today's reports by our taxpayers' rights advocate, Lisa Thompson, and also by Patty Lumsden will speak to actual contacts they've received from taxpayers. As far as the website data, I can circle back with you and get that data. Mr. Kim has just let me know he does not have that right on his fingertips, but I will circle back and get that information to you.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Mr. Schaefer, I see your hand. Mr. Schaefer, you want to speak? You had him unmute.
I'm a little bit Italian. I was talking with my hands. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. All right, let's keep going. We've taken public comment on the item K1E. Let's hear the next item, please. Call K1F.
The next item is K3A, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates, Report on the Status of Pending and Upcoming Projects, Activities, and Departmental Issues. This item will be presented by Mr. Young.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. David Young here, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So today I have a series of reports for you. I will do the first two, and then I will turn it over to staff of the Property Tax Department, Ms. Lumsden, Mr. McCool, and Ms. Keach. So to begin, a brief update on what's going on with the Property Tax Department as a whole. So as a whole, we're doing really well. As Ms. Lenati already mentioned, we are in the midst of transitioning back to some in-office work. So it will be a hybrid model, and we're looking forward to having staff come back. Property taxes in specific, we have seen quite a large number of new hires in our office. So with them coming back to the office, it will facilitate some mentoring opportunities, some transfer of knowledge, and almost as important is the immersion and development of our agency and corporate culture. So a lot of what we do depends on it is facilitated by some face-to-face interaction. So we will hopefully have the best of both worlds. We will incorporate the lessons learned and the synergies of working from home with some face-to-face interaction. So we're looking forward to that. The second thing, as a property tax department whole, what we're working on is the process improvement. As Ms. Renati mentioned, that is in the green. So we're doing really well. We are re-looking at our processes. We're documenting them as we go. And because of the last 2 years remote work, we've also had to basically invent a couple of new processes, just doing work from home. So we're looking forward to putting those down in writing and looking through them to make sure that they are optimizing our staff and our resources. So things are going well there. Ms. Keach will provide a little bit more detail on the SCC process that we've been looking at for the last couple of months, and that has to do with the welfare exemption and affordable housing, and as to how we basically approve their organization for that type of exemption. So moving on to, with your permission, I'll move on to our implementation of Prop 19, the next bullet point on the Deputy Director's report. So just a brief overview of what we've done so far. So far, the Property Tax Department has issued 15 LTAs, letters to assessors, in connection with Prop 19. The very first one was in November of 2020, and the last one was issued just last month in February 24th of 2022. So we have issued some really robust and a fair amount of guidance out there for Proposition 19. The last two I wanted to highlight deals with guidance on the intergenerational transfer exclusion and the base year value transfer, as it is modified with the Senate Bill 539. So there were a couple of implementing legislation was passed, and we have now incorporated that into our guidance. The other issue that we are working on right now with Prop 19 is we're also involved in rulemaking. As you will well recall, we promulgated 2 rules for Prop 19, Property Tax Rule 462.520 for the intergenerational transfer, and 462.540 for the base year transfer. Both of those rules are now under, we are amending it under the emergency rule procedures and authority that was given to us in 539. And we will be comporting those rules to the new provisions implemented by SB 539. So we are working hand in hand with our legal department, and we are in consultation with the California Assessors Association on that too.
Good.
So that our goal is to bring that before the board for consideration and action. Awesome. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up on the implementation of Prop 19 is we are still responding to a fairly large volume of inquiries from taxpayers, assessors, and other stakeholders. They basically fall into 2 categories. The first one is basically technical questions regarding who is eligible, how do you do the calculations, more of that nature. So that continues to flow in. Staff is handling them on a daily basis, and our turnaround time is actually very good on that. So we're able to hopefully answer and provide some guidance and service to our stakeholders. The other category that we've seen a little bit of an uptake on is increase on the actual application and timing of these benefits. So we've particularly noted an increase as to base year transfers. We've now that Prop 19, the base year transfer was effective as of April of 2021. Folks have basically applied for and have not gotten the base year transfers, and so as a consequence, they've been issued tax bills for the replacement homes that they've purchased, and it's based on basically their new assessed value because they have not been able to transfer their tax base yet. So we've seen an uptake in inquiries there from taxpayers and a couple of media sources, and we've had a couple of reporters also asking on that. So it is a little bit of an uptake. It is so we're taking a look at that right now. We believe we have issued guidance and we've developed forms, and we actually have a fairly robust website portion dedicated to Prop 19. So I will keep you informed as to how that proceeds and how that is handled in upcoming board meetings. I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Colleagues, Mr. Vesquez, I see your hand up first.
Yes. Thank you. And it was kind of a question I brought up earlier with Ms. Renati, but I think you're probably the best to handle this. And you kind of touched on it a little bit.
Yes.
Moving forward, and I think we had this conversation, at the end of the day, folks that are waiting for the counties, and especially large counties, to process their value transfer, they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because they have to make, if they get a bill for 16 to 20,000 on the adjustment, they have to make that, they have to pay that because they're going to get hit with a penalty and interest is my understanding, right? Even though it may get reversed, 6 months down the road.
You are correct. That is one of the impacts of implementing this type of new benefit. If they are not processed in a timely manner and the assessors aren't able to flag this type of transfer, you're right. They will be issued. They will be issued new tax bills with the new values on there. And there are a couple of things that kind of play into this right now that magnifies the situation. One is with the last year or so, the appreciation of California real estate. So even if you buy and sell a similar home, your tax base from your old one compared to the new fair market value of your new one can be a substantial increase. So not only will they get a tax bill, it may be a relatively high tax bill compared to what their own tax base was. And two, it's part of it is a little bit of a timing issue too. So before Prop 19, base year transfers were available, but they were under a little bit different form. If you recall, you were able to basically transfer within the same county, and only a couple of counties had the ability for you to import something in from a different county. With Prop 19, that it's 58 counties, there is no need for somebody, for the importing county to have an ordinance that allows it. So with that, there's been an increase in transfers amongst counties, inter-county, and that requires coordination between two assessors. So instead of doing it within your own county, you can work both sales and kind of take a look at it that way and flag something. When it's inter-county, it's a little bit harder. You have to basically coordinate with the other assessor. What was the fair market value of their original home? How's it compared? Give me the base year value. So there's a little bit more administration involved. Even with that, I also wanted to point out that even with the old one, and it was within the same county, there was processing time. I mean, it was very rare that the transfer happened very, very quickly. With this, it just magnifies the delay a little bit because of the added administration and the burden to coordinate.
But is there anything that we can do on our end? Because technically, it's not really the property owner's negligence, I guess I say, or really their fault. It's just a kind of a timing issue, and you said a process issue. But they're actually being penalized for it, though.
No, you are right. So when those tax bills go out, and if they do not pay timely, there will be a penalty and interest applied by the tax collector. So there is a real consequence to it. As to what we can do, we started promulgating rules right after Prop 19 was passed, and we've put out guidance on how to do so and how to administer it throughout the whole process within this last year and a half. So we've been working really hard at it. We try to be responsive to assessors when they do make inquiries, and we try to get guidance out as quickly as possible. But ultimately, in the end, the processing part of it is within. I mean, it is handled at a local level. So.
But is there anything we could do? I mean, I guess is if we had the staffing ourselves, is it something that we could provide assistance to try to facilitate that, to make it happen in a more timely manner? Because you got a senator running around saying that, it's, what's going on? How come they just don't process it ASAP? Not understanding that, there is some time involved in this thing. But at the end of the day, on the flip side, I could see where, a senator or even the taxpayer that's going through this is frustrated because he or she may be taking all the necessary actions on their part to make it happen, but to no fault of theirs, they're going to get nailed with the tax bill.
If you're asked, let me try to answer that with with a couple of break that question down a little bit. As to whether we can provide the assessors with extra staffing to help them process it, that would be a task that I'm not sure we can handle at this point right now. With 58 counties and some very, very large counties, it's probably a little bit more than we could handle, and it would be a little bit out of the ordinary for us to offer staff to assessors to use in the administration of their handling their local workload. I fully understand and empathize with the taxpayers. They will be under once issued that tax bill, they're under a time limit in which to pay. If they don't, there's penalties and interest. Even if when the actual base year transfer happens, there will be adjustments along the way, but it doesn't alleviate them from penalties and interest if they don't pay timely. So it is the cash flow issue, and they may be caught in a tough situation where tax bills are issued and time is basically ticking. I think it would be advantageous if there was a way to figure out how to alleviate some of that pressure. But right now, I short of perhaps a statutory change, I can't identify it right now. But it is something we should look at.
So let me ask you, an LTA, if we were to issue an LTA to say that, we need to be more lenient at the local level, is that out of our authority or jurisdiction to do that?
Let me explore that with our legal department and with our counsel. It's going to be.
I'm just thinking of giving them a little bigger window, right, to work with, so they don't get nailed.
Yeah, the issue is the penalty and interest, and the penalty and interest, the assessors actually do not play a role in. The penalty and interest for not paying on a timely basis is a function of tax collector. So it's a little bit trickier than us telling them they have a little bit of leeway in that section. So
if we could look into that, I think that would be a huge, plus for the taxpayer.
right, yeah, I apologize. I mean, I understand the issue and I empathize with them, but right now, some of the options are just, there aren't that many right now, but we will take a look at and explore.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Mr.
Thank you,
Gaines, I
Madam
see
Chair.
your hand. You're up. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, David Young. I appreciate it. And I'm just wondering, in reference to these Prop 19 issues when it comes to the base year value, I think we are limited. We appear to be limited in terms of what we can do as the BOE. But it seems to me that I'd be working with my county board of supervisors and seeing if resources could be reallocated within the agencies, even within each of the assessor's office, and make it a top priority to make sure these are being addressed. Because I don't know if is this just the beginning of what we're going to see with folks that are going through moving from one area to another and having overpaid their taxes in a sense, right? They need that cash and they're getting crimped. I'd love to see if there's anything we could do at this level, but I'm just not clear as to what that would be. I mean, it's not like we have extra staff. So it is a dilemma, and I think.
Mr. Gaines, what do you have in mind?
Well,
what exactly do you have in mind?
My only thought, and it's just, it wouldn't be a BOE issue, but I think the counties have to figure this out, right? Your county assessor is going to have to work with the board of supervisors, and head off that crisis. Because if I was on the board of supervisors, I'd be hearing from my constituents about this issue also, and of course the assessor is. But I would reallocate resources within a county, within a department. The assessor separately elected, so I'd be looking at, how do I get these taken care of and prioritize it, just as if we would when we were taking a look. Remember all the resources that we spent on Prop 15, and how would that impact our agency if that initiative had passed? Because I'm just not, I can't find where it is that we can help these folks out. It's a dilemma. So, thank you.
All right.
Very well.
No problem. Legitimate questions and concerns. So, Ms. Stowers, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, some major concerns here, and just piggybacking on what Mr. Young was saying, that it's not really the assessors, it's more the tax collector treasurer. So I was just doing quick little research, and I think the best one course of action would be is for Dave to do what he said, reach out to them, or maybe maybe the controller could, because under Revenue and Taxation Code 4985.2, the treasurer tax collector does have the authority to waive interest and penalties for whatever reason. So I think maybe we need to alert them on the issue that we can't get the applications processed fast enough before the supplemental rules come out, and see how they can exercise their authority.
Thank you. Any
I'm just
comments
thinking,
or
I think
response back
I
for
think
Yvette?
I would give Mr. Young a contact person to reach out to see how we can work this as efficiently as possible.
Ms. Towers, who are you directing your question to?
No, I was just saying, I don't have a question, that's more of a comment that I will coordinate with Mr. Young to get at least to the head of the association for the tax collectors and see if are they even aware of this issue and how they could work to relieve some penalties and interest.
Thank you. Be happy to do so.
Perfect. All right. Colleagues, anyone else? Okay, let's keep moving forward. Let's go to the next item, or let's go to public comment, and then we will go to the next item. Ms. Taylor,
Chair
please.
Cohen, yes, we have a few more sub items, so I'll just announce those. The next sub item is letters to assessors presented by Ms. Lumsden.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. This is Patty Lumsden. I'm Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division, and today I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to the agenda this month is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. And in addition, it provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff have issued a total of 13 LTAs for calendar year 2022, and 4 of those LTAs have been issued since our last board meeting, and those are summarized as follows. There were 2 LTAs issued on assessment practices survey reports, and 1 was for Alameda County, and the other was for Santa Barbara County. In addition, there was an LTA issued to provide further guidance on the implementation of the intergenerational transfer exclusion provisions under Proposition 19 after the passing of Senate Bill 539, which added Section 63.2 to the Revenue and Taxation Code. This is in addition to the prior LTA we issued last month, which had to do with base year value transfers under the provisions of Prop 19 and the passing of Senate Bill 539 for added Section 69.6 Revenue and Taxation Code. Finally, the 4th LTA requests county clerks of the board to report the dates for the filing period for accepting applications for assessment appeals. And that will conclude my report on letters to assessors, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Schaefer has a question.
Hi, Ms. Thompson. You summarized the 13 reports for 2022. It was really more of a list than a summary. I mean, would we like to know more about each one of them or some of them? Do they come to our office, or can I dig them out? I mean, over the history of the BOE, have the members had any familiarity with letters to assessor other than have yourself or your predecessors list them, which you call a summary? I'm not at all critical. I appreciate the list of them, but I just wondered how much of the content do I need to be aware of or would be helpful to me in my work?
Yes, thank you for that question, Mr. Schaefer. So before each LTA is issued, it is sent to the board member's office for preview, and it gives usually a 3 to 5 days for your review before it is actually issued. So you are made aware of those LTAs ahead of time. As for my report, each month I give a short summary on the LTAs that have been issued. So I just gave a report on 4 of those LTAs that were listed of the 13. And last month I gave another summary of the ones that had been issued at that time. If that's something you would prefer I put in the memo, is to include a summary. We can discuss with Executive Director Fleming to see if that's something we want to include in that memo. I'm more than happy to make adjustments for that.
You're doing a good job there. It's just that I need to know a little more, and it's my responsibility because, as you point out, it comes into my office. Thank you.
Certainly. You're welcome.
All right, I see no other comments or hands. Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to the next subsection,
The next
Appraisal,
sub-item.
training, and certification.
The next sub-item is appraisal, training, and certification presented by Ms. Lumsden.
Thank you. I will now give a brief report on the BOE's appraisal, training, and certification program. Since our last board meeting, we have taught 2 more virtual classes of our most requested courses. So far during calendar year 2022, we have taught a total of 6 virtual classes and trained a total of 191 students. And to put this in perspective, this time last year, we had just offered and presented a 3-hour workshop virtually, which was kind of the start of our virtual training last year. And so this year we are off to a good start to have already taught 6 classes. So we were definitely on schedule to surpass what we were able to accomplish last year. And I'm pleased to announce that and really proud of the training and certification staff and their hard work on getting these virtual training classes up and running. In addition, BOE staff attended the annual CASA meeting last week to discuss webinars that will be offered for continuing education purposes for assessment analysts, staff that coming for the coming 2022-23 fiscal year. CASA, which is the California Assessors Administrative Services Association, is an affiliate of the California Assessors Association, and they provide continuing education classes for the assessment analysts who make change in ownership and exemptions decisions at the county assessor's offices. In addition, those classes can also be taken by appraisers, auditor appraisers, and BOE staff for continuing education purposes as well. A tentative schedule was set for 9 webinars to be presented during that fiscal year time period, and 2 of those webinars will be considered advanced for purposes of advanced certification for those assessment analysts requiring certification. The BOE staff will provide exams for those advanced webinars. And as part of our partnership and collaboration with CASA, BOE staff will present 2 of the scheduled webinars, which will be on Proposition 19 and will include updates to due to the passing of Senate Bill 539 and the newly added Revenue and Taxation Code Sections 63.2 and 69.6. And that will conclude my report on training and certification, and I'm available to answer questions you may have.
Okay, let's see. Mr. Vasquez has a question.
Thank you, Ms. Lumpson, for your report. And pretty much, you know, in your efforts on this, I know you've been working really hard on these webinars. And I guess my question is, with the current staff and resources you have at this moment, what would be the maximum number of virtual classes that you could offer?
Do you mean at one time or throughout the year?
Excuse me, at one time, yes.
We typically offer 1 class per week, and during a month's time period, we are offering up to 2 to 3 classes per month. And that is, we require right now with the virtual training, it requires us to have a facilitator as well as an instructor to assist with answering questions, because sometimes the instructor is not able to see when there are hands raised, and so we have a facilitator that also offers that. We are getting ready to start our 22-23 fiscal year of scheduled classes, and during that time we plan on implementing back in our in-person classes as well as doing some virtual training. And we're hoping that combination will allow us to expand the number of classes that we are offering.
So what would be the goal now that you're moving forward between the virtual and in-person classes that could be offered, let's say next year? What would be the max?
Well, I don't know at this time what the maximum would be off the top of my head. It's not, I'd have to come back and report on that. I know that last year, I believe we offered, sorry, the information. Last year, we were able to give 18 virtual classes, and we're hoping to exceed that number. So that's our goal, is to offer more than that. When we were in the process of ramping up our program back in 2019, we had 22 classes. That was in collaboration with some of the assessor staff But that is our goal. Our goal is to surpass that number.
And so if you surpass the 22 mark in terms of classes, what does that number look like in terms of actual students?
So in 2019, that equated to 636 students. So we are going, that's our goal. Our goal is to surpass that number, try to reach out to more students, try to offer more students per class without going over too much, because we want to be able to make sure that the class is still going to be able to reach each of those students. If the classes are too big, then it kind of takes away from that. But there will be certain classes that we will be able to expand the number of people in the class, and we're looking forward to being able to do that. So we're hoping, like I said, we plan on surpassing the 22 that we had in 2019 and surpassing that 636 students.
You kind of touched on the other issue. You obviously, in each class, you want to keep, I guess, a reasonable, good ratio between, I guess, the teacher or instructor and the students, so you don't lose the quality. What is that, Max? Do we know?
Well, right now, we when we first started doing the virtual training, and even with our in-person training, I believe the classes only held between 30 to 35 students, just to keep the numbers down for more, participation by those students. Now that we've been doing virtual training for this last year, we had ramped up that number to between 35 and 40 students per class, and so we are in discussions about possibly increasing that more. But now that we will be going back to, like I said, trying to do in-person classes as well, and that will be determined by the difficulty of the class and the mathematical calculations required in those classes, because that's where a lot of the needing more hands-on experience is needed with those more difficult calculations. That's where we plan on trying to limit the number of students that are in those classes, but other classes that are more like a lecture type class that don't require as much calculations, we may be able to expand the number of students in those classes. Also, we're trying to incorporate some possible workshops so that they're not week-long classes. They're just 3-hour to 2 to 3 hour type classes to give more continuing education options for students as well. So that's something we're going to be looking into as well.
And my last question, I'm not sure if it's one directed to you or to Mr. Young, but let me put it out there and see who's best to answer this. And it kind of goes back to the earlier presentation on the LTAs. And there was two that I thought were really important LTAs that were issued in February, centered around Prop 19, and that was the base year value transfer, and then the intergenerational transfer. Those two LTAs. Is there a possibility that we could put together some kind of maybe educational video or webinar on these two? Because I think that those are so key. And in terms of getting the information out and requirements and deadlines to folks, so they understand the need to file, these things in an orderly manner and to hopefully expedite their application process.
I will be more than happy to answer Board Member Vasquez. We will explore the opportunity to do so with our communications officer, Mr. Kim, and perhaps even in coordination with our TRA, our Taxpayers' Right Advocate, on to see what we can do in that front.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Of course.
All right,
and also,
Mr.
sorry.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Ms. Lumsden. Go ahead.
No problem. I was just going to restate that we also are in our participation with CASA. We will also be giving two Prop 19 presentations for staff, and also we are planning on giving a presentation at the Northern California Assessors Association on Prop 19 as well. So just as an FYI.
Okay, Mr. Gaines.
Yes, just a question of Ms. Lumsden in terms of coordination of classes. I'm assuming that we're working closely with the California Assessors Association on those classes, and then the follow-up would be just in terms of, how do we measure demand, or how do we know we're providing enough classes?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. Each year we send out a questionnaire asking what the assessor's needs are for that year. And in prior years, we did it also so we could see where to have our classes, hold them when we were holding them in person. It allowed us to like narrow in where we could reach the most students in one area so that we could schedule our staff members accordingly for that. But we also do it to see which classes are needed the most. So when we did our virtual training, we were not able to keep presenting all of the classes. So we kind of focused in on what we saw were the most requested courses, and those were courses 2A, course 3, course 5, and then of course course 56. Those were the main classes that are requested because they help with also not only for helping staff become have a good base for their appraising techniques. It also allows them to head towards getting their advanced certification, which then requires less hours each year of training, which assists them as well. So, so those are the things that we looked at when we came up with our classes that we're going to do virtually. One of the plans that we have for this coming year is that we plan on now trying to offer some of the classes that we haven't been able to offer in quite some time. And so we're looking forward to getting those classes out there as well again. So they're needed classes that are a little bit more specialized, which is our taxable possessory interest class for one. And we're looking forward to having that class out there again. It's a much needed class. It's very specialized, and we're hoping to do it in person is what I'm going to say for now, because it is a very lots of mathematical calculations, and so it does require a lot of class participation and being able to go over those problems and together, and so it's needed to be in person. So that's what we're shooting for.
Great, thank you.
Certainly.
All right, our next sub item is assessment practices surveys presented by Ms. Lumsden.
Thank you. This will be a brief report on the BOE's assessment practices surveys. And so far for calendar year 2022, we have issued the following 2 assessment practices survey reports via letters to assessors, which I previously mentioned in my report on letters to assessors. And those are Santa Barbara County in District 2 and Alameda County also in District 2. In addition to those 2 counties, we are actively working on completing surveys and/or samples for 12 other counties, 7 which are in District 1, 3 in District 2, 1 in District 3, and 1 in District 4. These surveys and/or samples are in various stages of production, and once completed, a copy of the report is provided to each of the board members' offices and for their preview. Staff continues to conduct these surveys and samples remotely at this time, but we are working towards doing a hybrid and start doing in-person traveling again to the counties where we can collaborate and work with the county assessors in person. And but we also see some of the advantages that we found using remote access. And so we are going to try to do a hybrid of the 2 and collect some of the information remotely. But we will work with the assessor's offices to see which it meets each of their needs and try to do our data collection in the least impactful way as we possibly can. And that will conclude my report on assessment practices surveys, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, just in terms of the survey, I remember when prior to the pandemic, I met with a couple of county assessors in my district, and they had indicated that the survey, some of the questions and the information that they were asking for, they thought in some ways it was kind of off the mark in terms of asking the sort of questions. I mean, these particular assessors said, we want the BOE to come in we want the audit. We want to find out where we can improve, but they felt that they were asking the wrong questions, and they spoke to the nature of some of the staffing being new. And of course, we had the pandemic, and that created all sorts of issues. But are we taking strides to make sure that the individuals that are doing the audits have the proper training and are asking the right sort of questions? And because I think we can also, we have a role of constitutionally in terms of the audit, but we can be very helpful for our county assessors too in terms of areas where they can improve.
Right. Thank you for that question. And that is something that one of the reasons why we're looking forward to going back in person is because that is some of the things that we can provide when we are there in person to help not only identify areas of, in terms of our reports, but also to identify some areas that we can collaborate with the assessors and talk about room for improvement and that sort of thing as well. So as far as staff goes, yes, you are correct. We do have new staff, as Ms. Renati reported earlier in her report on our staffing. And but we have put things in place to provide mentors, and we've gone through, and as part of our process improvement, we have been improving what information we are asking from them, making sure that it's needed. That's one of the things of gaining this remote control access. It's really made us take a look at what we are requesting, whether it's needed, whether we already have it, whether we can get it in a different manner so that we're not impacting the assessors. So we have definitely been working towards improving that process. And as far as training, we have taken up a different aspect, or a different route, I guess would be a better word, to try and train the staff, and that's using mentors. And we have senior appraisers that are out, that we're using to help train those staff members, as well as our supervisors having more hands-on experience working with the staff. So that's something that we are working on improving, and we've made great improvement over this last year.
Wonderful, thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you for the question.
Next, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Along those lines, Ms. Lepson, is there a reason why one district may have more surveys than others?
I might have to defer to Dave Young. He probably knows this a little bit better than I do, the exact numbers. But so when the staffing, each of the counties are on approximately a 5-year cycle, and so they are subject to being reviewed approximately every 5 years. And so part of what we do each year at the beginning of the year, we do the draw for who is going to be surveyed and or sampled, so we can determine which counties those are going to be. So they're random draw. So that might be why it seems like certain counties maybe get chosen more often than others, and it has to do with that.
Patty, you nailed it. That is one of the aspects of how it is drawn. So the top 10 counties are annually, every cycle, every 5 years, they are both sampled and surveyed. And then right now, under the current scheme, the next 11 through 20 counties arranged by assessment value, one is picked to be sampled and one is picked to be surveyed every year. And then number 21 through 58, 9 are looked at every year. But out of that grouping, as many as 3, but usually 2, basically get what they call a bye. They just don't get chosen. So, and also, Board Member Vasquez, each equalization district has a different number of assessors in there. So the ones with more assessors in the equalization district will have more surveys done in their districts. So that there's a 2-prong answer to that. So
yeah, I kind of figured, when I'm looking at District 1, that probably has like 34 counties, right?
Right.
Makes sense. Okay.
Yes. Of course.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
All right, Ms. Taylor, please call the next sub item.
Our next sub item is state assessed property presented by Mr. McCool.
Good afternoon again, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. Before I get into that status update, I would like to revisit a question from Member Gaines from this morning. Member Gaines had asked for the total assessed value for the State Assessed Properties Division for 2021 and an estimate of how much revenue that generates. So Member Gaines, to answer your question, the 2021 total assessed value for state assessed property as adopted by the board last July was $123 billion of state assessed value, and that would roughly equate to approximately 1.95 billion of property tax revenue.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Very well. The annual state assessee property statements were due on March 1st. Many state assessees requested and were granted extensions to the filing deadline. SAPD staff are diligently working on completing the unitary appraisals as they come in, and our staff are working at full capacity. We continue to engage with assessee representatives, and we will continue to answer any questions from assessees. Staff are also working to prepare for the upcoming private railroad car assessment season. Private railroad car property statements are due April 30th. However, there are several steps taken to prepare for the PRC assessment season, and SAPD staff will be ready to process those filings as the deadlines to file approach. And that concludes my summary report on the status of our division's ongoing work for this month. And as always, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez, is that hand a fresh hand or is that an old hand? I think that's an old one.
It's an old one. I'm sorry.
That's no problem. Any questions for Mr. McCool? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. McCool, for your presentation.
Thank you.
No problem. Ms. Taylor, next sub item, please.
Yes, the fifth sub item is the Welfare Exemption Process Improvement Project and will be presented by Ms. Keach.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. My name is Lauren Keach and I'm the manager of the Welfare Exemption section of the Property Tax Department. Today, I will provide you with an update on the Welfare Exemption Supplemental Clearance Certificate Process Improvement Project. Our purpose of the project is to streamline the SCC process for claimants seeking to exempt low-income housing from property taxation. We have identified opportunities for improvement and ways to increase efficiency when processing SCC claims. We've completed our examination of the application process. The checklist and claim form were revised and are available on the BOE website for claimants to utilize. The examination process considered common reasons for an incomplete claim that can delay approval and incorporated discussions with taxpayers to provide insight on necessary revisions to accomplish our goal of providing a more clear and user-friendly application process. We will continue to keep record of common reasons involved in incomplete claims following the newly implemented form revisions and make necessary adjustments to ensure the success of this component of the project. Upon completion of the application process, we moved on to our examination of the claims process. Our main goal is to simplify and modernize our procedures for the SCC claims process to make it more efficient. We began with phase 1, which was the review phase, and analyzed each step of the claims reviewing process that is required to grant an SCC, as well as conducted a thorough review of our procedures to identify opportunities for improvement. Since the last board meeting, we have progressed from phase 1 to phase 2 of the claims process, which is the plan and design phase. Our analysis revealed areas in our procedure that are outdated, and we are examining ways to update and streamline these areas. The improvements to our procedure will transition processing claims from a paper-driven format to an electronic format, which will result in increase in efficiency And this procedural update included consideration of discussions and feedback we have received from taxpayers regarding the burdens of mailing claims and supporting documents, as we are also working towards a solution to provide an alternative source to submit these documents electronically to relieve the burden and delays caused by mailing. And I'm glad to report that we are making good progress. The staff is working diligently on the current phase of this project. Upon completion of this phase, we will advance to phase 3, which is the execution phase. We also recently had the opportunity to present on this topic at the BOE Advisory Council meeting, which includes various stakeholders. We discussed the action we are taking regarding the SCC improvement project as it relates to low-income housing affecting California residents and requested the council to provide input. And I'm pleased to report that the council was satisfied with our efforts and the progress we are making with this project. And lastly, this project will also include an analysis of our available resources for taxpayers. Currently, our welfare exemption webpage provides general information on filing requirements for both organizational clearance certificates and supplemental clearance certificates, and provides links to the various types of applications to be filed with the BOE, as well as samples of applications to file with the county assessors once an OCC or SCC has been granted by the BOE. In addition, our website provides FAQs on the welfare exemption and the veterans organization exemption, but these questions and answers are more general in nature and not specific to the application process for SCCs. So while current information on our website is helpful, we believe further review and revisions of the webpage are warranted to provide more information regarding the application process, as well as filing requirements for both OCCs and SCCs. And further, we plan to expand our current FAQs on our website regarding the welfare exemption and veterans organization exemption to provide more questions and answers specifically related to SCCs. This part of the project will be tackled once we've completed our review, plan, and execution of the application, claims, and approval processes of this SCC project. And always as we move forward with this project, we will continue to provide updates and information regarding our progress and improvements to allow for visibility into the process and ensure that the board members are kept informed. Members, this concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions. Mr. Gaines, I see your hand. Mr. Vasquez, I see your hand.
Mr. Vasquez, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Thank you. First of all, on the welfare exemption improvement, I'm listening, and you mentioned that you're in, I guess, phase 2 of this process. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering, as you move forward towards, electronic processing of exemptions claims to align with the suggestions of the taxpayers, can you identify some of the specific suggestions received from taxpayers and some of your team's suggestions moving forward?
Yes, the suggestions from taxpayers more relates to the burden of mailing in documents. Specifically, if we receive an incomplete claim and they have to revise documents or submit additional documentation, then there's the burden of having to supply those documents via mail, an additional mailing. So we're looking for solutions to provide more convenience and relieve that burden for them to submit documents to us electronically, as well as the initial claim package. And as far as from staff, we've had multiple meetings and drafted procedures regarding how we can improve our processes from being paper driven to electronic, as we do receive these claims and packages in hard copy. So how can we scan these and work them electronically from a processor to reviewer and increase overall efficiency through that process?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Keach. I appreciate the presentation. And are you looking at, in terms of the technology, to simplify the interface between the applicant and the BOE, are we looking at the sort of technology that, say, the real estate industry uses? I've noticed that they've gotten pretty sophisticated with being able to go through a document and have a DocuSign sort of opportunity for signatures and things of that nature. Is that kind of the technology you're exploring?
We're exploring using various technology that we currently use internally in other units, but we are looking at just overall ways to improve and modernize, which could include other technology and staying relevant with the real estate industry, as many of us have background in other areas of the real estate industry. So just an overall evaluation of the best way to go about making the process electronic.
Great, wonderful. And in terms of questions that I get in my district, welfare exemptions is kind of up there. Obviously Prop 19, I think we're getting a lot more activity on, but there are issues where I have constituents who will call and say, hey, we submitted our application and it's been a long period of time, and can you look into it? Can we speed the process up? And I'm just curious as to how we doing in terms of the timeline in getting an application processed, and is that improving?
Yes, this is a big step, we believe, towards streamlining the overall process, making it much more efficient on our end, and also aligning that with filling some vacancies in the unit so we have more hands on deck to process these claims. So we are seeing an overall improvement, and we receive these requests and comments from taxpayers as well. So we're well aware that, it does take some time, and we want to be thorough on our end. So
sure,
we're looking at it every way we can just to improve and speed up the process.
Okay. And do you know, I guess question number one would be, is there a backlog? And if there is, do you know like how many days of backlog that we're looking at?
We are experiencing a slight backlog. We have made some progress to catch up a bit, but it depends on the type of claim. It depends on if it's a complete claim with all the information readily available to process it, or if it's incomplete, which can cause delays as we will require more information, and that can delay processing a claim, which tends to be the case to slow them down. So we are working to catch up with the minor backlog that we're experiencing, but it can fluctuate depending on the level of complexity of the claim and the completeness.
Okay, well, I'm encouraged that you've got some more staff, and
yes,
you're on the right track in terms of trying to streamline this. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Ms. Keach, I have a couple follow-up questions to what Senator Gaines was asking. You had mentioned that we use some kind of form of technology now. What internally? What are we using now?
We have an internal database as of now, but the process involved with this database has been really oriented around the paper hard copies. So we're trying to interface with Adobe, the full Adobe program.
So wait, hold on. Hold on. Time out. So before we get to Adobe, so what is the software that you currently use now? You said you're interfacing with a database. What is that database? Does it have a name?
We call it the OCC SCC database. Maybe Patty Lumpson can jump in. I'm not sure if we have an official name for other than our internal database.
That's okay. That's the OCC, whatever you said. That's good enough for me. I just wanted to know that information. So thank you, Ms. Lumpson. You don't have to jump on yet. Okay. So that's what we use now, and that was software that was purchased a couple decades ago. I'm sure it predates you. I know it predates me.
It does predate me. I want to say probably around early 2000s is when this database came about. Okay. Patty can correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, so we have this database and we'll continue to use this database.
Okay. And we were talking earlier about the process being slow, and I was grasping from the conversation that the process has largely been slow because there's been a backlog because there hasn't been enough people on staff to process the applications. Is that correct?
That is a factor, and it's not necessarily that the process is slow, but it has to do with the overall quantity that we receive. So if we receive a complete claim with all the information, the process can be relatively quick. So when we have to do follow-ups and receive additional documentation, that can delay and slow down the process, as well as working through the quantity of them that we receive.
Okay, gotcha. I see a hand, but I don't see a person's name. Oh, they just went down. All right, are there any other questions for Ms. Keach? Doesn't look like it. Okay, I see a hand back up again, but I don't know who that is. So please speak if you have a question.
Looks like it's Member Gaines on my end.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gaines, you want to ask your question? Okay, we'll move on. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome. And I think we have Mr. Young up next. Is that right?
I think, Chair Cohen, we are ready to move on to public comment.
Okay, perfect. No more sub items. Okay, so thank you everyone for your presentations, and let's go ahead and take it to public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding these matters.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. 1, 0. And it looks like we do have one in queue at this time. One moment, please.
Great.
And our comment will come from the line of Leslie Morgan. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Oh, great.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to jump in here on the earlier conversation about the Prop 19 and some of the concerns that had been presented on the processing. And I guess somewhat specifically related to Senator Hertzberg, but I think this is a common concern we all have as we all consider ourselves advocates for the property owners in our counties. But there is, you know, as David pointed out, there is a backlog just from us trying to get our heads wrapped around how to process this. It's consensus, I would say, that assessor's office are trying to get those records flagged so we can prevent a bill from going out to a property owner. But there are just so many scenarios in which a supplemental may have been issued, whether it's the replacement dwelling getting purchased first or simply a property owner not filing a form until after the supplemental has been issued. So I specifically had discussion with Senator Hertzberg, and the Assessors Association is having meetings because we are trying to come up with ideas of what we might be able to do. We don't know what those solutions are. These are very preliminary conversations. We are trying to figure out, is there anything, I guess, legislatively to fix? We don't know what that would look like because we're not really sure as assessors. You know, we have the authority to defer taxes like in a calamity, but is there anything within that realm? We have an individual on the SCO committee, so Leslie Davis has reached out to the Treasurer tax collectors to get their input. We don't know if there's an extension to supplemental kind of things. Right now we're just brainstorming, right? We're just trying to figure out what would it look like. Procedurally, most of the answers I think lie within the boundaries that we currently operate in, and that is we flag those records. You know, literally in my office, we put a special colored folder around them so that when they go to an appraiser's desk, they're understood to be a priority. But the reality is some of those get through and some property owners get supplementals. And even the values of the home prior to them. That value could have been significantly higher than the base year they're bringing. So, you know, there's a number of questions out there. We're having those preliminary conversations, and I just wanted to share that with you. Before I end my public comment, I also wanted to just say thank you to the board staff on the efforts of the meetings that were established so that we could share some of those concerns that Senator Gaines pointed out with the assessment appeals. I think they were very, very productive over the last couple of years, and I think that at this point, we just simply don't hear a lot of those same concerns. Now, maybe some of it is because COVID has changed the look and feel of that, but I do think the efforts of everybody involved are much appreciated by the association, and I thought I would also share that. Thank you.
Thank you. I definitely appreciate you calling in and weighing in. I think, colleagues, we could dedicate some time at our next meeting to hear from the assessors and other relevant stakeholders on this issue that's being raised. Thank you for sharing a little bit with your conversation with Senator Hertzberg. I know it's an ongoing dialogue with the work that we tried to do at the Board of Equalization and his legislative agenda. So it's important for us to continue to engage in that. But by doing so, by bringing this item back to the future board meeting, it would allow us to determine appropriate actions and thoughtful next steps. So we should keep moving and listening in this on this topic. Are there any other comments? Okay,
We have none in queue.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor.
All right, our next item is K4A, Legislative Research and Statistic Division Chief's Report, Legislative Issues. Update on the administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting the BOE. This item will be presented by Mr. Weatherby.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, and honorable members of the board. I'm Dustin Weatherby. I'm Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. So attached to the PAN is a summary of legislation that's affecting the Board of Equalization that is still pending in the legislature. So as a note, the legislature has one more week of session before adjourning for spring recess from April 7th, and they will reconvene on Monday, April 18th. So the first major legislative deadline upcoming is April 29th, which is the policy committee deadline for fiscal bills that have been introduced in their House and then must go through the respective appropriations committees. As a Proposition 19 update, no bills have been introduced or amended relating to the implementation of Prop 19. The only measure that is still pending is Assembly Constitutional Amendment 9 by Assemblymember Kevin Kiley, which seeks to repeal several provisions of Prop 19 regarding intergenerational base year value transfer exemptions and reinstate prior rules. The measure would apply retroactively to all affected purchases or transfers occurring on and after February 16th, 2021. The bill has not been referred to a committee, and the last day for the legislature to place a measure on the November 2022 ballot is June 30th. So moving on to the legislation, the first bill I want to highlight is Senate Bill 1494, authored by the Senate Governance and Finance Committee. This proposal contains one of the board-sponsored legislative proposals to amend Revenue and Taxation Code Section 97.68, which relates to a sales tax augmentation fund and correct references of Board of Equalization to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. This bill is currently awaiting referral to a legislative committee. The next bill is AB 1206 by Assemblymember Bennett, which would require that a rental unit continue to be treated as occupied by a lower income household when the income of those occupants increases up to 140% of the area median income, if the owner is a community land trust whose land is leased to low-income households, and it extends the sunset from fiscal years 2022-23 through 2027-2028. So the board voted at the February board meeting to support AB 1206, and the bill passed the Assembly on January 31st and is currently awaiting a referral to a Senate committee. The next bill is Assembly Bill 1733 by Assemblymember Quirk, which would provide the flexibility for state agencies to hold meetings via teleconference. This bill has been double referred to the Assembly Governmental Organization Committee and the Assembly Business and Professions Committee. To date, this bill has not been set for hearing and must pass both committees by February 29th's Policy Committee deadline for fiscal bills. The final bill I want to highlight is Senate Bill 1357 by Senator Archuleta, which would increase the disabled veterans property tax exemption to $700,000 and authorizes a partial disability exemption to disabled veterans with a disability rating between 10% and 100%. If they got that disability rating from the United States Department of Veteran Affairs or the military service from which the veteran was discharged. This bill is currently in the Senate Governance and Finance Committee and is awaiting hearing. So outside of the legislative process, there are a few initiatives that are circulating for signatures that affect the BOE or its programs. The first initiative is Initiative 21-0023, filed by Stanley R. Apps, which would increase the homeowner's real property tax exemption from $7,000 to $200,000, and additionally increases the renter's tax credit up to $2,000. This initiative would pay for the increased exemptions via property tax surcharge of up to 1.4% on properties with full cash value of $4 million or more. The BOE would be required to promulgate regulations to implement these provisions. The Legislative Analyst's Office estimates costs would be offset by increased revenues of $16 billion to $20 billion, with total costs of the initiative about $15 billion annually. So proponents have until May 31st, 2022 to submit just under 1 million valid signatures. And to date, no campaign committee has been identified by the Secretary of State in support of the initiative. The next initiative is Initiative 21-0032, which was also filed by Stanley R. Apps. And this initiative also increases the homeowner's real property tax exemption from $7,000 to $200,000 and increases the renter's tax credit up to $2,000 and increases the income limit for claiming the credit up to $400,000. So the initiative would pay for the increased exemption and credit by imposing a property tax surcharge of up to 1.2% on properties valued over $4 million. The LEO estimates total costs would be offset by increased revenues of up to $16 to $19 billion. Proponents have until June 13th, 2022 to submit just under 1 million valid signatures. And to date, no campaign committees have been identified by the Secretary of State in support of the initiative. And so the final initiative I want to highlight is Initiative 21-0015, which was filed by the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. This initiative amends various provisions of Proposition 19 to retroactively repeal intergenerational exclusions, increase the $1 million parent, child, and grandparent-grandchild exclusion to $2.4 million, require the BOE to annually adjust the $2.4 million limit by the cost of inflation, but not to exceed 2%, remove the definitions of family farm and family home, remove the dedicated revenue for fire protection and emergency response, and require reimbursement for eligible local agencies with a negative revenue gain. The LEO estimates increased costs of hundreds of millions of dollars per year to cover recent local government property tax losses that could grow over time to possibly $1 billion or more per year. Local government funding would decline by tens of millions of dollars per year and could grow up to hundreds of millions of dollars per year. And local schools would also have similar losses of similar amounts relative to what local governments would also have. Proponents have until May 3rd, 2022 to submit just under 1 million valid signatures. And like I said, the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association is sponsoring and funding the initiative's signature gathering effort. So this will conclude my presentation on this item, and I'm available to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have just some quick questions, initial thoughts. What kind of chatter or other actions are you seeing behind some of these pieces of legislation that would be most interesting to members of the Board of Equalization?
I mean, it's still too early to tell. There's still, committee hearings have really not started. Like for example, the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee has delayed its past 2 hearings.
Okay.
And so it's very much in the preliminary stages of the legislative process on the second year.
And why are they, and real quick, Rev and Tax, can you tell me why they delayed their last 2 hearings?
I'm not sure. I can't speak to why they delayed it. I can just say they were calendar hearings and that they've been delayed. Sometimes it could be they want higher, more bills to be heard at once. And so it's at the discretion of the chair on how they want to proceed.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Let's see, Mr. Vasquez, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I think these are real good that we're tracking these, Mr. Weatherby. And I would suggest, and I think you kind of hit on it, that maybe we should bring these back, I guess, in our April meeting or May, as they, especially for those that do qualify and are moving forward on the ballot. Then I think we need to do a deeper dive and see what the impacts are going to be, especially for the BOE. And yeah, I guess that's it for right now on my end.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Weatherby. So the first two initiatives, one was 210032, and then there was another similar one. I didn't get the number of that one though. Do you have that?
That would be initiative 21-0023.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so those are increasing the exemption, which is nice, up to 200,000 on a home. And then for a renter, it'd be a $2,000 credit, but they come coupled with tax increases. Is there a difference between the two initiatives in terms of the type of tax increase?
I don't believe there is. I believe it's just the basis of the rate. So the initiative 21-0023 has a rate up to 1.4% on properties that are $4 million or more. And initiative 21-0032 is 1.2% on properties of $4 million worth or more.
Okay.
Within those initiatives, there's also varying rates for other property values. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it is a tiered system. Just that the top tier rate is what I highlighted for your consideration.
Okay, so the tax increase on the 210023 would be 16 to 20 billion. You'd express that, right?
Yeah, 16 to 20 billion annually.
Okay, and then on the second one, the 210032, do we have an estimated tax?
LAO estimated the revenues would be 16 to 19 billion dollars annually.
16, 19 billion. Okay, great. That's helpful. And then on the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, that's really a Prop 19 fix, isn't it, for the passage of property to a child or a grandchild?
I mean, I don't know if you would want to clarify as a Proposition 19 fix. Howard Jarvis is trying to undo a lot of what was done by Prop 19 when it comes to how property is transferred. So it's essentially repealing the intergenerational exclusion that was put in, and then it's additionally increasing the exclusion amount for when the transfer occurs.
Okay. Sounds like it would keep the base year value of Prop 19, so you can transfer from county to county.
Not a project prior to Prop 19.
But provide that relief. Yeah.
Sorry, I think it's the base year value prior to Prop 19
That's
passage.
Right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, great. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
You're welcome.
No problem. Let's see, are there any other hands? I see none. Okay. Mr. Weatherby, thank you very much. I appreciate your research and your presentation. Ms. Taylor, let's take public comment.
Thank you. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Okay, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue at this time.
All right. Thank you very much. Please call the next item.
The next item is K5A, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report, Operational Update, Report on the status of pending and upcoming projects and activities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here today to provide you an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, as well as on our Proposition 19 implementation and action plan on education outreach to keep you informed. My update will be in 2 parts, and I will be presenting actually on item K5B as to education and outreach first. Then I'll report on the activities of the TRA office in item K5A. So with respect to item 5B, I would like to report on the progress made regarding taxpayer education, specifically on the issuance in our efforts as far as drafting a Proposition 19 fact sheet revision. And with respect to this fact sheet, following the Property Tax Department's issuance of 2 letters to assessors concerning Proposition 19's implementing legislation, the TRA office worked with the communications officer, Peter Kem, to revise the fact sheet that was issued in February of 2021 to reflect the implementing legislations and as well as the key points made in the letters to assessors. And the TRA office completed the revision of this Proposition 19 fact sheet, and it is currently being prepared for final publication by our Forms and Publications section. With respect to education efforts specific to each area within Proposition 19, the TRA office has started drafting the information sheets for the various intergenerational exclusion provisions and base year value transfer provisions of Proposition 19. Utilizing the information in the 2 letters to assessors that the Property Tax Department issued in February concerning that implementing legislation. And the TRA office has completed the draft of the information sheets for the parent-child exclusion as well as the grandparent-grandchild exclusion. It is currently in the internal review process. And we have also drafted the information sheet on the base year value transfer for seniors, and that will start on the internal review process beyond myself shortly. And as we continue to work with those information sheets and publish them, I will be notifying assessors as well as taxpayers, and the communications officer and I are also collaborating on strategies for outreach efforts. So as many taxpayers are aware of the publications as possible. And so we will be also actually advising our advisory council members of that and providing information to external stakeholders. Additionally, I wanted to report on the status of polling and surveying board members on topics in need of taxpayer education based on taxpayer contacts that they have had with their offices. At the last board meeting, interest was expressed to survey board members' offices regarding priority topics that are in need of taxpayer education based on contacts that they have had with taxpayers in their office. And I sent an email to each board member's office in February requesting information on taxpayer priority contacts, needs, or interests. And as part of that email, I shared the 6 topics that was identified by our office as well as the California Assessors Association that they had agreed to with the TRA office. And I asked if there were any additional topics heard or observed in their equalization districts. I did not receive any additional comments beyond that which the TRA office was working on toward completing the information sheets on. Before I go to questions, I did want to address one questions from a prior agenda item. Board Member Gaines asked about contacts that were received addressing Proposition 19, and if we have seen an increase in Proposition 19 inquiries, Ms. Renati indicated that the TRA office as well as the Property Tax Department would address that. David Young addressed it from Property Tax Department standpoint, and with respect to the TRA office, we continue to receive contacts from taxpayers about issues relating to Prop 19. Largely the base year value transfers. That's where we're seeing the more increase now, and the contacts largely that we receive now are concerning delays about the past, processing claims. We also have continued to get a few inquiries regarding taxpayers that missed the deadline that actually purchased and sold before the April 1st, 2021 effective date. So we continue to, advise them about Proposition 19 and the dates, the pertinent dates, and that if they really wanted to take advantage of the base year value transfer provisions under Prop 19, because they either, bought higher market value or moved to a different county that didn't previously accept base year value transfers, then they could buy another property and choose to use that as a replacement, as long as it was within 2 years of the sale of their original property. So that addresses that. That concludes my update for item 5B. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Otherwise, I will go on to 5A.
Hold on a minute. 5B.
So 5B, so I'm sorry, this was addressed first, but 5B is to education and outreach on efforts that we have made toward the Proposition 19 fact sheet and information sheet.
So the Prop 19 banner on the BOE website provides the link to useful information and guidance. But my question is centered around what the agency can do to reach out to the public so that they understand the challenges of, the changes of Prop 19 that it's brought about.
So as soon as the Proposition 19 fact sheet is revised, then the revised version basically is published and posted to our website, then the communications officer will be providing information. So we're working on strategies on how to publicize that information. So.
That's good. I note that several assessors' offices have produced their own fact sheets on Prop 19. I'm just curious to know if the BOE has reached out to assessors to proactively provide information about the Prop 19 implementation.
So yes, actually, I have spoke with the California Assessors Association president, Leslie Morgan, on this. So I will be also updating the assessors at the upcoming assessors conference toward progress that has been made on that. So we will be in close communication with the Assessors Association, so they are aware of the publications of that. We do also plan to issue letters to assessors, so that is memorialized in an LTA that is easily seen by assessors. There's a pretty broad subscriber list for the letters to assessors, so we want to increase.
I appreciate that. And a year has passed since the passage of Prop 19. I was wondering if there is a plan to issue statements or press releases that summarize the changes in the legislation, or the changes in the regulations, and the changes in the forms that allow the public to access exemptions provided for in Prop 19.
I can't really address that specifically, how they, but I know for the legal department, I don't know if Henry is available, but I mean that there is, there's required, public postings for the regulations and such. So people are.
Yeah, I was just, my question really is in what ways are we going above and beyond? So I'll move on. And now this question is for, and a question more related to the relationship that you work with Mr. Kim, to consider partnering. Well, I guess it's a suggestion for you to consider partnering with Mr. Kim to provide virtual toolkits to members, to assessors, to help us facilitate hosting virtual educational sessions on the Prop 19 and the passage of Senate Bill 539, and the associated guidance that we've issued in Prop 19, as well as Senate Bill 539.
So similar to what was done with the initial Prop 19 fact sheet, we prepared a PowerPoint presentation that could be used by the member's office if they wish to in providing sessions to their constituents. And so our plan is to do that again based on the revision to this. So
okay, that's good. All right, that's a start. Thank you. You're welcome to continue with your presentation.
Okay, so if there are no further questions on item 5B, then I'll go on to 5A. So again, I'm Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and for this agenda item K5A, I'll be reporting on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm pleased to share with you some information on the activities of the TRA office as to the number of completed cases during February, and also to provide some insight on the types of those cases. So in February 2022, we completed 27 cases. 11 were in Board Member Gaines' district, 8 were in Board Member Cohen's district, 2 were in Board Member Vasquez's district, and 6 were in Board Member Schaefer's district. Of the 27 completed cases, 7 were in the administrative category and 20 were in the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellations, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies on the property tax bill. Valuation category includes topics such as change in ownership, declines in value, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, new construction, actual enrollment of values, general property tax taxation, as well as assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category, 2 cases involve bill taxes, and 3 cases involve delinquent or defaulted taxes. 1 case involves special assessments, and 1 involved access to data. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office assisted the taxpayers by providing information about the laws requiring penalty application when a property tax payment is made beyond the delinquency date, as well as information about the penalty cancellation process. We also provided links to applicable tax collectors' websites where the taxpayer could complete a penalty cancellation request. In cases for the delinquent or defaulted taxes, we help the taxpayers understand the availability of payment plans as long as the property taxes were not delinquent for more than 5 years, and the requirement of a tax collector to sell property if taxes have been defaulted for more than 5 years. Where the property had already been sold at auction, we explained that the taxpayer could file for excess proceeds if the property was sold for more than the tax liability and secured debtors. With respect to the valuation category and its 20 cases in total, 5 cases pertain to change in ownership, 4 addressed exclusions from reassessment, of which 2 pertain to base year value transfer exclusion under age 50 for persons over age 55, and 2 cases pertain to the parent-child exclusion. 4 cases involved exemptions, 3 of which pertain to the welfare exemption and 1 the historical aircraft exemption. 4 pertain to actual enrollment of values, 2 pertain to assessment appeals, and 1 applied to appraisal methodology. For the change in ownership cases, the TRA office provided information about change in ownership for California property tax purposes and transfers that can result in change in ownership and cause a property in whole or in part to be reassessed. In one case, the taxpayer inherited property from her parents and along with her siblings, and the taxpayer then bought out the siblings, which caused a 75% change in ownership and reassessment subsequently. We helped the taxpayer understand why they could only keep the 25% of their parents' low property tax base. In another case, the taxpayer had added her son on title to a rental property, thinking that the transfer would qualify for the parent-child exclusion. However, we coordinated with the assessor's office to see how title was held, and because it was in joint tenancy and the mother remained on title, it was not a change in ownership. Therefore, there was nothing to exclude. At a later time, when the mother passes or it was removed from title, the laws in place at that time for a parent-child exclusion would apply. Another change in ownership case involved legal entities, and we help the taxpayer understand that a change in interest in a legal entity, such as a corporation, partnership, or limited liability company, can impact the assessment of property owned by that legal entity. We explained that if one person or legal entity obtains controlling interest, specifically more than 50%, then it causes a change in control under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 64C, which requires the entity's property to be reassessed unless an exclusion applies. Since the taxpayer had concerns about documentary transfer tax they received, we also explained that that was a recorder's tax and not property taxes, but we were aware that counties charge documentary transfer tax on legal entity transfers and that there might be exemptions from it. We indicated that the Board of Supervisors for each county adopts ordinances or business codes concerning documentary transfer tax and directed them to look to the county's code for that information. We also put the taxpayer in contact with the Napa County Assessor, John Tudor, who has been involved with the California Recorders Association for many years and well-versed in documentary transfer tax, just to get some background information. With respect to 2 cases involving base year value exclusions, the transaction dates fell under the dates of the law prior to Proposition 19. In one case, the taxpayer purchased their intended replacement before the April 1st effective date of Proposition 19, and because the property's market value was more than the original property's market value, they didn't qualify for the base year value transfers under Proposition 19. So the TRA office explained the requirements for the base year value transfer under Proposition 19, as well as the previous provisions under Proposition 90 and 60 and 90. We also indicated to them that they could take advantage of Proposition 19 as far as the base year value transfers if they purchased another property and it was done within 2 years of the sale of the original. We also, for the second case, we assisted the taxpayer with its claim and coordinated with the assessor's office to support qualification for the base year value transfer from another county. The exclusion was granted with several years of refunds given. With respect to the 3 exemption cases, we assisted the taxpayers by either coordinating with our agency's property tax department regarding its organizational clearance certificate application, or coordinated with the assessor's office where the property was located regarding the processing of the welfare exemption claim. For one of the case, we provided information to enable the taxpayer to understand that having IRS 501c3 status does not result in them automatically being exempt from property tax purposes. And we also provided information on the exemption of aircraft of historical significance as to age and replica. With respect to the 4 cases pertaining to enrollment of values, 2 involved supplemental or escape assessments, and 1 involved a statute of limitation for assessment corrections versus refunds, and 1 involved a vessel valuation. In one of these cases, the taxpayer contacted our office because they received a supplemental tax bill and 2 escape bills almost 2 years after purchasing the property. We looked into the situation and determined that the prior owner's change in ownership had not been worked because the current owner purchased the property, which resulted in additional assessments to reflect the proper roll value. Essentially, the prior owner had flipped the house. They bought it, fixed it up, and then resold it within a 6-month period of time. So the assessor's office had not yet reappraised that transfer. We confirmed that the assessor's calculations were correct and helped the taxpayer understand the reason for multiple assessments and bills. For another case, we worked with the assessor's office for it to re-examine roll corrections it made after an appeal decision that reduced the property's base year value. Because one of the years was assessed under a decline in value, the roll correction wasn't done correctly for the following 2 years since the CPA factor was simply applied, but they corrected that amount a second time and issued refunds. The remaining cases pertain to assessment appeals and appraisal methodology. We assisted one taxpayer by providing information on Property Tax Rule 311, addressing the number of appeals board members required at a hearing, and that it is acceptable to have 2 members. We also provided information on the number of years a taxpayer can appeal the base year value of their property and help them understand their appeal rights. With respect to the case on appraisal methodology, we help the taxpayer understand personal property assessment and examination of business records in an audit. That concludes my update. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Wow, thank you very much. That was really very interesting. We're going to have a whole legion of well-educated and well-versed property tax payers that know the ins and outs of what they can and can't do when it comes to base year transfers and purchasing of homes, selling homes. Anyway, thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. Kudos to you and your team. We appreciate your efforts and this very thorough report out. Colleagues, do you have any other questions or comments from Ms. Thompson and her team?
Just real
Mr.
quick.
Vasquez, please.
Yeah, just real quick, Ms. Thompson, when you were laying out all the possible scenarios, did I hear correctly that, especially on a transfer of a property, if somebody sells a home first, they have a 2-year window to transfer that value, or does it have to be within that 1 year?
Well, it's for a base year value transfer. So a taxpayer or a property owner, basically they have to purchase the replacement within 2 years of the sale of the original. It actually can be before or after. It just has to be within. So the replacement could be purchased after the original or before it, but it has to be within 2 years. The 1 year requirement I think you're referring to is the 1 year is you have to I think you're talking about an parent-child exclusion where you would have to actually file for the homeowner's exemption. You have to live in it, like the child would have to. Or it could be both ways, I suppose. But the parent or the child, whoever's moving into the home, receive the property, has to actually live in it within a year, and it has to continue to be the family home. I think that's what you're referring to on the 1 year requirement.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
So on a sale, it doesn't matter though.
Well, that's where, like, it's usually an inherited property, but I mean, you could purchase it. I suppose a child could actually purchase the property from a parent, and still that would qualify for an exclusion if it meets all of the requirements. So it doesn't have to be inherited. It could be purchased. So yeah, but that's within a year. But for the base year value transfer, the purchase has to be made within 2 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Ms. Thompson, how do you verify whether a child is living in the property? How has that been working out for the last almost year?
So that would be something that the assessor's office would be responsible for doing. But as far as the claim forms, I mean, there are requirements for Proposition 19, including has to file for a homeowner's exemption, within a year of the transfer. So those are the type of things. So it's a certification that you actually make, that a taxpayer would make, that they are doing that.
Understood. Okay, colleagues, are there any other questions for Ms. Thompson? All right, seeing none, let's go to public comment. And we'll hear the next item.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding K5A and K5B.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1 and then 0 at this time. Please press 1, 0. And we have no one in queue for comment.
Thank you very much. Let's, Ms. Taylor, let's call the next item.
The next item is L2A, Board Member Initiatives, Board Member Strategic Plan. Board discussion and possible action on the following items pertaining to the current Board Member Strategic Plan. 1, review strategic plan goals, priorities and actions as of June 23, 2020.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vasquez. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Let's,
Mr. Vasquez?
Yes.
I'll turn it over to you.
Members, I want to thank you for your patience and the work you've done over this past year that relates to our strategic plan. I am pleased that we are now moving forward. I have some questions and comments regarding the actions under each goal, and I would like to review and confirm some decisions and commitments we made on June 23rd, 2020. First, under Goal 1, is the wording under Action 1B2, initiate the quarterly reports on the constitutional functions carried out by CDTFA and the State Controller's Office, correct? I thought that Deputy Stowers objected to it, and if we agreed to delete it, that is unnecessary, then I guess we would need to make that change. And let me ask Ms. Stowers on that.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. I do believe I took issue with it, but I'm not sure what the members agreed upon.
Okay, let me open it up to the members. And hearing, if there's no, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Miss.
Wait, hold on a minute. Time out. So, Mr. Vasquez, I wanted you to make some opening remarks. I had some opening remarks before we kind of jumped back,
I'm sorry.
into, into the
Go
question.
ahead,
So,
I'll back up.
Ms.
Go ahead.
Bowers, if you will allow me, and colleagues, just let me back up and kind of frame this conversation just so we can refresh our memories. So, Board Member Vasquez and I placed this informational item on the agenda to begin reporting out on the work that we've accomplished as a board in our strategic plan and associated action plan. And Board Member Vasquez, again, thank you for your continued leadership in this area. I also want to point out that the executive director will make herself available to provide any kind of technical assistance if needed by any of the other board member offices. So I just wanted to kind of set that frame out there. Ms. Stowers, can you please repeat your question?
It wasn't really a question.
Or your statement, rather.
My statement. I was just kind of reviewing the strategic plan, and Member Vasquez commented that on one of the items, it was to have quarterly reports from CDTFA and the Controller's Office on the various constitutional functions that they are carrying out, that they're doing in partnership with BOE. And it's been a while, I have to admit to it. But knowing me, I believe I probably objected to mandating to have the Controller's Office come and report to another constitutional body. I can't think of what it is that we were looking for. We share, the only thing that we really share in is the tax on insurers. As the presentation we just got today is limited. And I don't.
No, I think you're correct, Ms. Stowers. That's why I wanted to bring it back up, and if, because it states it again, I just want to, if that is your intentions or your thoughts, then we need to just make that correction. That's all. And I thought
perhaps we need to let our teams begin to review the item, because I was under the impression that the document reflects our actions. But however, I mean, really the goal today is to talk about the quarterly report.
Yeah, and as I was going through it, I was just trying to clean up some of the language, that's all.
I see.
And that's
when you say clean up some of the language. When you say clean up some of the language, do you mean grammatical?
Well, no. Actually, an action that Ms. Stowers brought up back then, and I think she's right, and I think that was the thinking back then. I know this is, we're going back to 2020 now here, and I just wanted to make sure if that was the intent, that we make that correction, and then we could just move on, so there's no misunderstandings moving forward. But I think Ms. Stowers is, it sounds like you were correct and obviously objecting to it, and if that is the case, then it's just a matter of deleting that. So it's correct, that's all.
Are there any other comments from anyone else on this body?
Members, I must admit I'm a little behind in that item because it's been a while. But if the members choose to keep it on, then that's the privilege of the members.
Well, Mr. Vasquez, maybe what I could propose here is as a medium point for everyone. Let's have our officers work on this document. Let's work on it a little bit more. And I recommend that we review the record on this particular item.
Sure, not a problem.
Since some time has passed.
And the other one I'll bring up, and this one, hopefully people remember. If not, we can punt this one as well. But there was another one under goal 2 which was established and meet the workload priorities in a manner that ensures the maximum transparency and opportunity for open discussion. We reached consensus on all edits and changes suggested by you, member or Chair Cohen, and other members, and I just wanted to reiterate that. I don't think there's a problem with that, but just wanted to bring that back up to our attention. And then there was a third one under goal 3, which was in the category of develop an education and outreach plan. We agreed that with our chair, changes and some of the edits, either to move or delete 6 items that were either unnecessary or redundant. For example, we deleted items like fully engaging in effective communication, partly because we were already doing it. And by that time, we were fully engaged in constant meetings with all stakeholders, open the transparent public policy hearings on meetings on COVID-19 impacts, on BOE and assessors workforce shortages, and AAB appeals and remote hearings were some of the examples that were laid out. And I don't think there's any objection to it, but I just wanted to bring that, or just kind of remind folks on that. And so, and I guess in completion of the several of these items in our plant will result from a real-time actions we were talking, or actually we were taking to address these problems facing us moving forward. And I just wanted to bring those back up to the members. And probably, I think, Chair Cohen, I think you're probably right on, since this has been, something we discussed, God, I guess it's coming up to 2 years almost now.
Yes.
It's probably not fresh in people's minds,
Yeah. So, Mr. Vasquez, I believe the document reflects our actions. This is a detailed record of what has transpired in the last 2 years. And I'll have my team go over the work with your team to make sure that the document reflects our prior actions. But as for today, let's just recommit to quarterly reports.
I'm good with that.
We get quarterly reports beginning in April. And I think you said you had some misgivings about the controllers making a report. I mean, like, this is just a touch base.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, members. I'm doing a fast read right now and trying to recall what the purpose of asking the controller to come before you guys and make a report. I'm at a loss. I don't know what the intent was. Was it for the tax on insurer?
I think it came up in the conversation, and like I said, it came up and it's in the document, and that's where I caught that. And I know you objected to it, so if that is the case, then we just need to delete it. So I guess what we could do is go back and review it.
I think that would be best to we all review, go back to the June or even earlier than that, and when we had that conversation, and let me get an understanding of what the intent was. But I can't see you guys seeing the controller over to do a report on the tax on insurer, but it's a minor program. I don't know if it was a tax on insurer. I don't know if you was talking about the tax collectors and treasurers, which she has oversight over. So
Ms. Towers, keep in mind that the report out is not just for this body, but for the larger the payers, the people that are watching, the stakeholders. I mean, the audience is much larger. And not everybody is working on the same baseline level. So whether the program is big or small is almost inconsequential. It's still relevant to taxpayers, and our core function has to do with being an advocate. And as advocates, you have information flow. We help the flow of information to taxpayers so that they can access it when and if they want it, in the form of watching these meetings real time or coming back and watching them on demand. So the request isn't punitive. The whether the program is large or small. I mean, if this is we're here to represent, and there's information that a taxpayer, property taxpayer, could benefit from, and so that's why we're bringing it and asking for just a report out. It's actually very benign. It's not.
Okay, I can't remember, Cohen. Like I said, I don't recall the detail of the conversation, and I do support, and the controller do support transparency.
Okay.
And our website is very transparent with respect to all the programs that we have. So let's just put a pin in it right now, because I'm not really sure if there's an issue here.
So we'll take a look at it. We will take a look at this and the issues that you raise, and make sure that the document reflects the board actions. All right. All right, everyone. So let's take public comment on this, and then let's keep moving forward. We're doing
Question,
well.
if I could.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Gaines,
there's
I
a
didn't see
question
your
down
hand.
there
Yes,
from Member
please.
Gaines. Go
Or,
ahead.
or really more of a comment, but I'm just reviewing the goals, and a lot has transpired since we set those goals, and so I think it would be wise for us to take more time and review them and reflect on what we still need to do in terms of goal finding. So when we talk about a report from the controller, I'm not convinced that's necessary. We got an update today on how much revenue has been raised through the gross premium tax and also on the alcohol tax. I think it's important for our constituents to know that. I think it's good to have communication with the controller, which we really have through our fellow member Yvette Stowers. In terms of the CDTFA, it's very important we stay in communication with them and what they're doing, but we got an update today on our HR status that streamlines that. There's still CDTFA is still involved, but I feel like we have some pretty good lines of communication. So I think it's a matter of making sure we're reporting out. I'm not sure we have to formalize it beyond that, but obviously that's a discussion of the board. I'm looking at goal 3, develop an education and outreach program. We were very concerned at the time with Prop 15, and if it passes, we need to ramp up quickly. I'm not saying that that's not still important, but I'm not convinced that it's urgent. So I'm just throwing out my thoughts on a few of these things. The branding effort has been moving forward. Our office has been working with Member Schaefer's office on that.
Great.
So thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gaines. I think you're accurate. We've brought this item back because we've made progress. We just need quarterly reports. We're just touching base.
Thank you.
We may find out that we have accomplished a lot and that we may have even completed our set out goals. But that's why we're having these quarterly reports, so that we are able to stay abreast of these items. So thank you very much for that. Anyone else? Okay, great, thank you.
Chair Cohen,
Okay.
shall I go out for public comment?
Yes, please do.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Okay, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Then let's go ahead and call the next item.
The next item is M1, Public Policy Hearing, discussion on the implementation of Proposition 19, the Home Protection for Seniors, Severely Disabled Families and Victims of Wildfire or Natural Disasters Act of 2020. There are no staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. Board Proceedings has received 1 written comment.
Great, please read it.
Our written comment is from Ms. Tricia Gonzalez. Prop 19 hurts working families. Those who wrote Prop 19 never considered families with multiple children who want to stay in community property homes. Parents purchased homes to help their children, and now are forced to choose which one of their children receive the benefit of the primary residence. Rising real estate over this past year due to the pandemic have made property taxes skyrocket. How can we afford to stay in California? We can no longer afford the home now that a reassessment is required. The ballot and ballot analysis said that if the children live in the home as their primary residence, taxes won't increase. But it never said on the ballot primary to primary only. The ballot analysis said that it was going after out-of-state landlords. We are not landlords. We just want to stay in California. Sincerely, Patricia Gonzalez.
Thank you, Patricia. Mrs. Gonzalez, we appreciate that. Seeing that there are no further public commenters, we received that public comment and we will keep a mental note of it, and let's move to the next item, please, Ms. Taylor.
Chair Cohen, may we go out to the AT&T moderator just to double check if there's anyone?
Please. Yes.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment.
Okay, once again, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. And we have no one in queue for public comment.
All right, thank you very much. Let me just check in. Do people need a 5-minute break? 5-minute water break? No? Okay, we'll keep moving then. Please call the next item, Ms. Taylor.
The next item is M2A, Public Policy Hearings, Impact of Public Calamities on Property Tax Administration, County Boards of Equalization, Assessment Appeals Boards, Remote Hearings. Follow up on non-consensus items needing additional guidance regarding remote AAB hearings. This matter will be presented by Chair Cohen and Mr. Vasquez.
Right. Okay, thank you. So colleagues, this item is fairly simple and straightforward. We continued it from our February 24th board meeting. It's on the agenda to give stakeholders and the public an opportunity to offer any kind of additional comments or on non-consensus items regarding the Board of Equalization's guidance for assessment appeal board hearings. Even if there is no testimony today at the board meeting, it's just my intention to keep this item open, to keep it posted on the public agenda and notice for future board meetings. This item is just posted as long as the COVID-19 state of emergency remains in effect. So I'm just doing this again in the interest of transparency so that stakeholders and the public feel welcome to express their views directly to the board regarding the Board of Equalization's guidance for AAB hearings. So with that, Madam Clerk, can you check to see if we have any callers on the line?
We do have some members, invited speakers that joined the call, so perhaps I can first ask them if they have anything that they would like to bring forward. Please turn on their cameras and microphones.
Thank you. Welcome. All right, I see Mr. Thomas Parker. Who else has joined us? It's the only one I see.
Ms. Cohen, we do have a couple others that I can note here for your general reference. We have the Honorable Leslie Morgan, President of CAA and Assessor for Shasta County. Additionally, we have Ms. Ann Moore, I'm showing here. So team, if you can hear my voice, if we can have you activate your mics and your cameras, that would be very helpful. I'm just doing a quick scroll. Not sure I see anyone else here, but and then of course Mr. Tom Parker. So
okay, all right, great. All right, I want to welcome Ms. Moore, Ms. Morgan, and Mr. Parker. Thank you. We'll start with you, Ms. Morgan. Ms. Leslie Morgan, if you have any comments that you wanted to share with us.
I don't have anything overly specific at the moment. Okay. I'll just stay on the line.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Thomas Parker.
Thank you, Chair Cohen and members of the State Board. On behalf of the CACEO, we have no continuing issues of a non-consensus nature. regarding the need for additional guidance on remote AAB hearings.
Fantastic. Okay, and Ms. Moore?
I'm just going to echo the same thing Mr. Parker said. We're just here to make sure that if you had any questions for us, that we're available.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate all three of you being here. Colleagues, do you have any questions, any issues or concerns or anything for our three guests?
The only comment, just a comment real quick. It
Please
sounds
do.
like things are moving smoothly, is what I'm hearing, which is good.
Okay. Ms. Taylor, do we have any public comment on this item?
Let me check with AT&T. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this.
Okay, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue at this time.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. Well, it doesn't look like we have anything to discuss, so thank you for making time to be with us today. Ms. Taylor, would you please call the next item?
Certainly. The next item is N, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on these items. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. AT&T operator, can you please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Okay, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. Once again, that is 1, 0. And we have no one in queue for public comment.
Great. Thank you very much. Colleagues, if there's no discussion, I see no hands from you. We can continue moving forward. Ms. Taylor, please call the next item.
Our next item is O, closed session, discussion and action on litigation matters, Government Code Section 11126E. Number 1, pending litigation, La Paloma Generating Company versus California State Board of Equalization et al., Los Angeles County Superior Court case number BC 645390. Number 2, pending litigation, AT&T Mobility LLC et al. Versus County of Riverside et al. Riverside County Superior Court case number RIC 1905814. 3, pending litigation, CenturyLink Communications LLC et al. Versus County of Santa Clara et al. Santa Clara County Superior Court case number 21 CV 378242. 4, pending litigation, Michael D. Myers versus State Board of Equalization et al. Court of Appeal, Second Appellate District, consolidated case number B 307981. On appeal from Sacramento County Superior Court case number BS 143436. Related cases BS 158655, BS 157999, BC 324947, and BC 655980. And 5, pending litigation, Swanson, David W. et al. Versus Franchise Tax Board et al. Court of Appeal, 4th Appellate District, Division 1, case number D 079315. On appeal from San Diego County Superior Court case number 37-201-000-30244-CU-MC-NC. The board members will now go into closed session to discuss litigation matters.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gaines, I see your hand.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question of clarification, because we have also a closed session for tomorrow. And so
Yes,
I'm trying to figure out, are we going to meet tomorrow on that?
Tomorrow we'll have a closed session that's agendized for personnel matters.
Yes, okay.
All right. So
True.
this closed session is for the 5 pieces of litigation that were just read.
That is
All right.
correct.
Okay. So let's go ahead and make a motion to go into closed session.
So
I'm sorry.
moved.
Do we need a motion?
Member Cohen, we don't need a motion.
didn't need a
All-
motion. All right.
Yeah.
Let's just
Members
go ahead and
could-
go into closed session. Thank you very much.
And then just as a reminder, members, this is Ms. Fleming, please make sure to log out of this open meeting and then log into the second meeting. Send in a separate link. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
My question is directed towards board proceedings.
This is Ms. Taylor. There is not a requirement to have a motion regarding the confidentiality. By definition, the closed session is a confidential session. The board
Thank you very
members,
much.
the board members met in closed session and discussed litigation matters. Chair Cohen?
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, could you please call? Actually, let me just check in with my colleagues. Colleagues, are there any final remarks for the day? We are come to a close for our agenda. I see no hands. So it looks like we have no final remarks. So we will recess the meeting and we will reconvene tomorrow, March 30th at 10 a.m. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening.